Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, lore and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,799th meeting held on Tuesday, the 4th of August 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the minutes of the 4,799th meeting of Council held on the 4th of August 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Gibney.
Point of order.
One moment, Councillor Gibney. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to suspend standing orders to enable me to move a motion that would call on the Lord Mayor to publicly release his correspondence to the State Treasurer ahead of the 26-27 State Budget.
Seconded.
It has been moved for a suspension of standing orders by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, we know how important council's pools are at protecting Brisbane's vibrant outdoor lifestyle. With the Schrinner Council's famous $2 summer dips, our pools are more popular than ever before. Can you please update the Chamber on how we are investing in the latest technology to make sure Brisbane residents stay safe while having a dip?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gibney. I know that you're passionate about $2 summer dips, as is no doubt every councillor. And you're right, they are famous because even the Melbourne City Council has introduced a similar initiative. but you wouldn't want to be swimming in that kind of weather down there. And so they don't have something we have, which is a wonderful outdoor lifestyle, lots of pools right across the city, and record attendance at many of our pools as a result of $2 summer dips. And we also continue to invest in our pools as well, Councillor Givney, with more than $45 million invested since 2019. And we are determined to continue seeing investments in pools and providing great services to the people of Brisbane. But we're also determined to make sure that people are safe when they use pools. Now, as part of our program with pools right across Brisbane, we always ensure that there is, I guess, safety initiatives in place and lifeguards in place to monitor what's going on in the pools. But we know that there is some new technology that can help that situation and improve safety even more. In fact, artificial intelligence can help in this respect. And so I can confirm, Councillor Givney, that at 2 of our council pools we'll be trialling AI technology to monitor pool safety. Now, this is not about replacing lifeguards because we will continue to have lifeguards, and AI can't rescue people from a pool. But AI can help when it comes to monitoring different sections of the pool and the wet area. And if a particular lifeguard is focused on the left-hand side of the pool and something happens in the right side, AI can assist. And so we'll be rolling out this technology in 2 of our pools, Runcorn and Yeronga, as a proof of concept. And we're doing so with the cooperation and support of the Royal Lifesaving Association of Australia. Now, this is about making sure that our lifeguards can respond faster, and if there's something that they don't notice, AI can pick up really quickly and effectively signs of distress. And so we want to trial this in a real live environment and pilot this at 2 of our pools. And so, as I said, this is not about replacing lifeguards. Lifeguards will continue to play a critical role, and lifeguards are required to do things that AI cannot do, and they can do things that AI cannot do, but this is about supporting the lifeguards to do the maximum and effective and fast response when they are needed. Now, the Royal Lifesaving Australia is supporting this initiative, and their CEO, RJ Johnston, has said the following about the incorporation of this technology. Pool lifeguards proactively identify and manage risk. They help prevent drownings and safety incidents before they occur through vigilant supervision, education of pool users, and enforcement of pool rules. They're also there to rescue someone when things go wrong, but they cannot be everywhere or see everything at once. AI-powered drowning detection technology cannot have a conversation with the patron or pull someone out of the water, but working in partnership with lifeguards, it can help superpower their ability to see more and address gaps in supervision, providing a valuable additional layer of support. Now, Royal Lifesaving Australia is the nation's leading authority on water safety and aquatic risk management, and we're delighted to have their support for this trial. The technology is actually being provided by a company called Lynxite, and Lynxite will provide the technology, the AI technology, in those 2 pools. What I can say is that we will trial that technology over the next 12 months, and if it is as good as we expect it will be, then there's an opportunity to roll it out to all our pools. This is along the same lines as we are currently trialling technology with AI-powered cameras on our rubbish trucks to identify issues for maintenance and issues that need council rectification. And so we will use this technology where there's an advantage. And once again, it's not about replacing jobs. It's about helping to do a better job. It's about helping empower our staff to make sure that we can support them in doing a better job, doing it more effectively, and we think it's a great thing. So looking forward to seeing this technology rolled out, and then if it saves a single life, it is money well spent on new technology. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, last Tuesday, an Alcester resident told me he has had an increase on his rates bill this year of almost 25%. The same day, you boasted an average 3.97% rates increase on ABC Radio, and that you would, to quote, be happy to have a look at these individual examples and we can get an explanation. Residents suffering more than triple your promised rates increases all across Brisbane, including the radio presenters themselves, called you out and refuted your claims. My residents called the contact centre to appeal what they call an immoral money grab due to cost of living difficulties they face on a fixed income. The contact centre told the resident to contact me to lodge an appeal. As the resident states, apart from rubbish collection, what else does BCC do for us individually as part of a body corporate? And will you give this resident a personal explanation?
Lord Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Councillor Kim has not provided me with any details that I'm aware of, and has sought to ask a question without providing any details. So when those details...
Please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Kim.
I claim to be misrepresented.
No, Councillor, you haven't been misrepresented in a speech. Lord Mayor.
Point of order. The Lord Mayor was inaccurate.
Councillor.
The details are with the contact centre.
Councillor, I don't uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
Explaining.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Kim.
I think the Lord Mayor should be called out for the fact that the answer to his own question wasn't my question.
No, Councillor. The Lord Mayor hasn't even begun to answer your question. He has 5 minutes to answer it. Stop raising the same point of order.
Well, he should answer the Alcester resident.
Councillor, don't argue with me. Don't debate me. You've asked your question. It's the Lord Mayor's turn to answer it. And, Councillor, he will answer it how he sees fit. It is not for you to question it just because you don't like the answer. And Councillor Collier, I caution you. Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This is from the councillor who loved to post about potholes but not actually report them. And we're seeing in the same vein here, apparently I'm supposed to know one of thousands of residents every day that ring the call centre. Apparently I'm supposed to know about that. We have...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, under the Meetings Local Law, the Lord Mayor has to be responsive to the question. He's
Thank
now
you, Councillor.
stated,
and he has 5 minutes
he's
to do so.
now stated twice
and
that he cannot
I do not uphold
answer.
your point of order.
He's now stated
Councillor,
twice he
no,
cannot
Councillor,
answer,
you are
Chair.
wrong, and I do not uphold your point of order. Please take your seat. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. You can quite clearly see here that the motivation of the opposition is purely politics and not actually getting answers. They are never interested in hearing the answer. They are just interested in interrupting the answer. Councillor Kim, as far as I'm aware, has not provided me with any details of this request, and apparently I should get it from the call centre when there's thousands upon thousands of calls every day that come into the call centre. Now,
Councillor Collier, I caution you again, and Councillor Kim for calling out. When another councillor is on their feet, you are to remain quiet while they are speaking. Lord Mayor.
Now, I'm happy to have a look at each individual case if they are provided to me. But to say, I didn't even hear the suburb name that was mentioned. It was said so quickly, I didn't hear it. And so apparently...
Point of order. Is that why when you called the contact centre...
Councillor, I have not called upon you.
But the Lord Mayor is inaccurate right now.
Councillor?
How come when you call the Lord Mayor's office, it directs to the contact centre?
Councillor Kim, I consider you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, and I hereby request you to stop calling out and allow the Lord Mayor to answer the question. I've told you already, just because you don't like the answer doesn't give you the right to get up and speak over him and interrupt. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So it is quite clearly disingenuous of Councillor Kim to suggest that she has provided information because someone called the call centre. And so I think it's clear what's going on here. Political games. And if Councillor Kim wants to provide me with the details, I will have a look. But what I can say is this, is that this ratepayer will be paying hundreds of dollars a year less than if they moved a couple of suburbs away into Logan.
That's right.
Hundreds of dollars a year less. And what I can say is that each and every year we made a commitment to keep the lowest rates in South East Queensland, and each and every year we keep that commitment. We intend to keep that commitment every year going forward as well. And we have consistently kept that commitment, which is why Brisbane ratepayers are paying less than every other council in South East Queensland. And that includes unit owners who are paying less than every other council in South East Queensland. That is our commitment. That's what we stand by. That's what we will keep. And so, Councillor Kim, please provide me with the details. We'll have a look at it and we'll get back directly to that resident about their concerns.
Point of order, Chair.
One moment, please, Councillor Dixon. Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Can I just clarify, because the Lord Mayor couldn't answer that question, is he taking it on notice?
That would be another question, and
Under
Councillor.
Section 33 of the Meetings
Councillor
Local Law,
Collier,
Chair.
the Lord Mayor has been asked a question and he's answered it. It's not for you to debate that.
No, but...
Further questions?
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Collier.
Chair, under Section 33 of the Meetings Local Law, it says that the answer has to be relevant and succinct, and if and that the Lord Mayor or any Civic Cabinet Chair can take the question on notice if they cannot answer it. The Lord Mayor stated several times in his speech that he made that he wasn't able to answer the question. So, Chair, I am asking for your confirmation. Is the Lord Mayor taking that question on notice and getting back to us in the appropriate format?
No, I did not hear him say he was taking that on notice. His answer was in order and he's answered the question. Further questions? Councillor Dixon.
My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, Brisbane is Australia's most biodiverse capital city, but it is also Australia's lifestyle capital. Can you please update the Chamber on our plan to unlock an iconic natural asset to make Brisbane's lifestyle even better?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank Councillor Dixon for the question, and I know Councillor Dixon has been a great champion of this project since the very beginning, and I'm excited that Councillor Dixon's residents will now be able to provide their feedback on the draft vision. And it was wonderful to be out at Kedron Brook this morning with the Lord Mayor and Councillor Parry in her part of the brook, along with Morgan from Goldie Espresso, who's a local business, who spoke at great length about how the brook and the intersection between her business and the brook really provided great economic benefit for her, and the great enjoyment that the residents that use the facilities there along the brook are able to use and then pop in for a coffee and enjoy the rest of their day. Madam Chair, as Councillor Dixon did say, Brisbane is Australia's most biodiverse capital city, and it's Australia's lifestyle capital for a great reason, and it's at Kedron Brook where both of these things, I believe, meet. The brook begins right up in the forested hills of the D'Aguilar Range and winds around 29 kilometres through 14 Brisbane suburbs, along out northern west and northern suburbs before meeting Moreton Bay, and along the way it connects around 30 parks and reserves and sports fields. And this 20 kilometres of pathways are used by more than 600,000 people every year, and that's enough people to fill Suncorp Stadium 11 times over. Madam Chair, last year we asked the community what they value about the brook and what they would like to see in its future, and they told us through more than 1,500 pieces of feedback. They told us they wanted better footpaths and bikeways with wider paths and safer crossings. They wanted more facilities, toilets, drinking fountains, seating and shade. They want the brook to feel welcoming and safe, especially in the evenings, with better lighting. They wanted stronger flood and drainage resilience, and of course they wanted the natural environment protected. That feedback, together with detailed technical investigations, has shaped the draft vision that we're now putting back to the community for their feedback. Madam Chair, the draft vision maps out how the brook can better support our growing city while protecting the natural environment that makes it so very, very special. It's built around 3 goals, and they are fostering an active lifestyle, healthy, inclusive community, making room for healthier waterways, and restoring and protecting the natural environment. And it proposes practical ideas right along the corridor, widening bikeways for walkers, runners and cyclists, relocating flood-prone bikeways, safer crossings and more resilient bridges, streetscaping to connect our shopping precincts, just as I described this earlier around Morgan and her business. Widening waterway pinch points, that's really important. Some have been changed. The direction of the brook has been changed through man-made efforts, and we'll be looking at ways to re-look at putting it back to its natural flow. And at Grinstead Park, for example, we'll be looking at the concrete drain there and seeing whether something can be done more along the lines of Hanlon Park, which was done so successfully. Because, Madam Chair, while we can't prevent flooding along the brook, we can plan for it. This vision will improve flood resilience, it'll restore the natural function of the brook where possible, and of course to strengthen wildlife habitat and water quality right across the catchment. And this morning Councillor Parry talked about the turtles and other wildlife that is present in the brook. And this is all part of our plan, the Schrinner Council's plan to create a network of world-class lifestyle destinations across Brisbane, building on the success of the Oxley Creek transformation and the proposed revitalisation of the Wynnum, Manly and Loder foreshores. Madam Chair, the best plans are the ones shaped by the community, and that's exactly what this second round of consultation is about. The first, people can complete the survey. It's up on the Brisbane City Council website at the moment, but we also have 9 kiosks at locations along the brook. The first one will be at Hickey Park in Stafford this Saturday, and consultation will close on the 9th of September. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, recently Councillor Murphy said on ABC Radio, "I can't promise that every bus stop is going to get the Gold Star treatment." Right across the city, we hear time and time again about bus stops with no shelter, no seats, no footpath links and more. So, Lord Mayor, my question to you is this: what exactly is the gold standard according to your LNP Council?
Lord Mayor.
The gold standard, Madam Chair, is a 30% increase in bus patronage in just 2 years, something that no administration in the history of the city has ever achieved. The gold standard is record investment in public transport, far and away above any other administration in the history of the city. The gold standard is Brisbane Metro that Labor councillors opposed and still oppose today. The gold standard is investing in public transport in a way that has never been done before. Now, I remember Labor's election commitment for the last election. First of all, it was that they would stop the expansion of Brisbane Metro. Remember that? That was their promise, and their alternative was to buy a few extra buses. To buy a few extra buses. That's the sum total of their vision
One moment,
for public
please,
transport.
Lord Mayor. One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, I caution you calling out, and other councillors. Councillor Cassidy, I consider you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request you to stop interjecting and calling out, particularly when asked to do so. Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Collier's question also shows a real ignorance of how public transport works in this city, because the idea that every single bus stop will be the same shows zero understanding. The idea that every single bus stop should be the same.
One moment. Councillor Collier, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Lord Mayor.
Now, Councillor Murphy knows well that some bus stops get incredibly well used while others get minimal use. Some bus stops are on the inbound side and some are on the outbound side. And guess what? Not every bus stop, particularly on the outbound side, will have a seat in the shelter because people aren't waiting when they get off the bus. Like, Councillor Collier doesn't understand this basic fact about public transport. And so their ignorance is next level here. But what's really, really telling is their lack of any plan and any vision for public transport in Brisbane. A few extra buses on congested roads was their election commitment. They went in there saying, we will stop the expansion of Brisbane Metro, and now they say it's apparently not being expanded fast enough. The project they opposed from day one.
One moment, please. Lord Mayor, microphone. Councillor Cassidy, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting, don't speak over me. Councillor Cassidy. I hereby warn you in accordance with... Councillor Cassidy, as you continue to fail to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, in accordance with section 21(8) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct, and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. And Councillor Strunk, I caution you. Lord Mayor.
What an embarrassing question from Councillor Collier, Madam Chair. What an embarrassing question. The idea that every bus stop will be the same.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Strunk.
Chair, I'll cop your warning, but Councillor Murphy exceedingly shouted during that debate, that last part of the debate, and you didn't sanction him at all.
Do you have a point of order, Councillor?
You got to be fair. Be fair.
No, Councillor, you know the rules here. Lord Mayor. Councillor. Lord Mayor.
The louder they squawk, the more embarrassed they are about how they botched this question. And the more they interject, the more they yell, the more they scream. Embarrassment. It's an absolute embarrassment. And so let's talk about bus stops.
Just one moment, please, because Councillor Collier, as you continue to fail to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, in accordance with section 21(8) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Lord Mayor.
This administration, together with its record investment in public transport, has put a record investment over many, many years in upgrading bus stops.
That's right.
So much so that it was regular as a local councillor to get people saying, why are you spending money on that bus stop? Not many people use it, but we did it anyway. But the idea that every bus stop should be the same, as I said, it just shows a lack of understanding of how the public transport network works. You don't put shelters and seats on outbound stops. You just don't. There are, I think ratepayers would rightly say that was a waste of money. Certainly on busy inbound stops, that's a different story. But We invest where it makes the most difference. We invest where those bus stops are well used, and we get feedback from the local community, and we've continued to do so over many years. Tens of millions of dollars have been invested in upgrading and improving bus stops, and we continue to spend money on that important purpose. And so I'm not sure where Councillor Collier is going with this, other than embarrassing herself, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, the Schrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving by investing in infrastructure to support residents who choose to walk, ride or scoot around our beautiful city. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest news for the Melbourne Street Bikeway?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Councillor Parry for the question, because the Schrinner Council is absolutely committed to building our city's bikeways to keep Brisbane moving. The Melbourne Street Bikeway is an important part of that vision, and we are now progressing detailed planning for this project. Melbourne Street is one of the busiest walking, riding and public transport corridors in Brisbane's inner south. It connects South Brisbane, West End, the Cultural Centre precinct and major public transport hubs. It is also one of the fastest growing parts of our city, and we recognise that new infrastructure is needed to keep up with population pressure. That is exactly why we are progressing the next stage of the Melbourne Street Bikeway through detailed design. This project will deliver over 300 metres of separated bikeway on Melbourne Street between Cordelia Street and Boundary Street. When complete, there will be an 800 metre continuous bikeway connection from Victoria Bridge all the way through to Boundary Street in West End. Madam Chair, this project will create many benefits for our city, more than just the bikeway itself. The Melbourne Street Bikeway will deliver safer streets by providing separated infrastructure that reduces conflict points between people riding, walking and driving and our public transport passengers. It will improve accessibility by creating a safer and more comfortable environment for everyone. It will support healthier lifestyles by making walking and riding practical, everyday choices for the many residents who live in the apartment buildings surrounding the corridor. The project will help local businesses by increasing access and visibility for shops, cafes and services along the corridor. And it will provide more travel choices while helping people keep our broader transport network moving efficiently. There are real benefits that will be felt not only by people riding along Melbourne Street, but also by the wider community. Every person that chooses to take active transport instead of driving is taking one more vehicle off the road along this very busy corridor. And I think we all know that West End and this part of Brisbane is only getting busier. That is why Brisbane's active transport network continues to play such an important role in supporting our growing city. The Melbourne Street Bikeway will also form part of the broader CityLink cycleway network alongside the new Shaftesbury Avenue connection. Madam Chair, many residents would already be familiar with CityLink cycleway. By creating bikeways that crisscross the city and go through the heart of our CBD, we are making it even easier for Brisbane residents to use active transport to get around. It's not just to the Victoria Bridge. Residents will be able to go from Boundary Street to Kangaroo Point. And when the Sylvan Road Bikeway is complete, they'll be able to go all the way to the Centenary suburbs. This is all a part of the Lord Mayor's vision for our city, a bikeway network that provides separated facilities that make it safer and easier for people to ride, scoot and to use mobility devices to get around. Never forget, it was the Schrinner Council that delivered permanent CityLink cycleway facilities along Elizabeth Street and Edward Street following a successful trial. And we are continuing to expand on that network through projects like Melbourne Street and Shaftesbury Avenue. We are getting on with the job of delivering infrastructure for a growing Brisbane. While some people talk about supporting active transport, we actually deliver it. It is the Schrinner Council that delivered the Kangaroo Point Bridge, creating a transformative active transport connection across the Brisbane River, one that had been talked about since the 1800s. It was us who delivered CityLink cycleway stages 1, 2 and 3. We delivered Schneider Road to Viola Place bikeway connection. We are delivering CityLink cycleway stage 4. We are progressing Sylvan Road and Shaftesbury Avenue bikeways, and we continue to advance planning, design and delivery of active transport projects right across Brisbane. Over the last 4 years, Madam Chair, Council has invested more than $390 million into our city's bikeway network. That's why we think the Union Cycliste Internationale has called Brisbane a city built for cycling. A city lauded internationally for how easy and safe and great it is to cycle around. And who did the building of this city that the UCI talks about? Was it Labor? Was it the Greens? Or was it the LNP? Was it this team and its legacy of Lord Mayors who have focused on building these practical connections all around Brisbane? Because we know the residents want better links to public transport, to jobs, to schools. They want infrastructure that improves their quality of life. And that is exactly what Melbourne Street Bikeway and our wider bikeway program will continue to deliver. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Recently, the Chancellor of Queensland University of Technology has announced that their publicly accessible swimming pool at QT Kelvin Grove will permanently close on the 1st September 2026. This is the same day that this LNP administration is willingly handing over Centenary Pool to Geica, which will see the closure of the pool. I note Council's Centenary Pool in Spring Hill, the next suburb over, has been managed for 6 to 7 years. Centenary Pool had roughly 250,000 visitors last financial year. And I note that the community is still hoping and fighting for this decision to be reversed. This council knows pools are more than a place for exercise.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
This is question time. It seems to be a very long preamble into this question. I ask her to answer the question.
Thank you. I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor. I believe Councillor Chongwa is coming to the question now.
Thank you, Chair. Just giving context, this council knows pools are more than a place for exercise. They're local community spaces for neighbours to meet and play. They help people of all ages, especially migrants and refugees, learn to swim. Climate change is making our summers hotter. Residents need a place to cool off.
One moment, please, Councillor Chongwa. Councillors, do not call out while another councillor is on their feet speaking. Councillor Chongwa, can you come to the question?
And in the dense inner north suburbs of Brisbane, people aren't likely to have pools of their own. Given the threat of hundreds of thousands of residents losing their local swimming pools, Lord Mayor, through the Chair, will you urgently fund swimming facilities in the inner north side, which includes the QUT Kelvin Road pool?
Lord Mayor.
Well, it's an interesting question. The pool at QUT, built and funded by QUT, is a matter for QUT. They obviously have plans for their campus, and that is their right. That is their right. But what's interesting, though, is that Councillor Chongwa said, she referred to the closure of the Centenary Pool. Didn't actually mention that it's being closed to be upgraded into a national aquatic centre that will be bigger and better than ever before. And the reason she didn't mention that is she's opposed to the upgrade.
Point of order, Councillor Chongwa. I didn't hear you call the point of order, so you've got to actually put your microphone on.
Yeah, I didn't say. Yeah, sorry, you just didn't hear me. Look, just to be clear, I asked, will you urgently fund swimming facilities in the inner north side, which will include the QT Kelvin Grove pool, and the pool that we don't have any guarantees that the Centenary Pool will be publicly accessed?
Okay, Councillor, you've just asked your question twice, which is not a point of order, and you shouldn't be doing. Lord Mayor.
Well, we're not going to buy the QUT pool. We're not going to put ratepayers' funding into the QUT pool when the federal and state governments are building the best pool ever, the best pool our city has ever had, right there where the Centenary Pool is. And the idea that there's no guarantee, well, that's what a legacy facility is. It's something that will be used by the community for years and years. And so This is a pool that will have many more facilities. Sorry.
I'll just wait till the councillors are quiet and stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
I heard someone interjecting like Chandler. Well, as the former councillor for the Chandler ward, another great example of legacy that the community has been able to use for 30 or 40 years since the Commonwealth Games. And so that's a good example. That was a pool that has always been open to the public, and people have been able to use it and benefit from it. And that's exactly what will happen with the Centenary pool when it is upgraded. And so we're getting a better outcome here, improved facilities, more facilities, and so that is the outcome that will be delivered for the residents in that part of Brisbane, and in fact, people from further afield will benefit as well. And so what we know is that in that particular area we have not just the Centenary pool or the QUT pool, we have the Spring Hill bars, we have the Ithaca pool, we have the Valley pool, and so there are a number of pools nearby, and after the construction period is done, people will have a much better facility to benefit from, and they will enjoy using that new National Aquatic Centre for decades and decades to come, and that is something that we support and something that we're looking forward to seeing.
Further questions? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you. My question is to the Chair of Community and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Shrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better by creating more to see and do, as well as supporting long-time community favourites like Night Feast. Can you please advise the Chamber on the success of this year's Night Feast event?
Councillor Howard.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Wolfe for the question, because Night Feast has once again demonstrated why Brisbane is recognised as Australia's lifestyle capital. This year, more people than ever have visited Brisbane Powerhouse for Night Feast, enjoying a unique celebration of food, art and culture. In what is the biggest night ever on record, Saturday the 1st of August recorded over 26,000 people in attendance. Night Feast brings together an outstanding lineup of restaurants, artists and performers, creating an immersive experience which attracts residents and visitors alike. The event delivers important economic benefits for local businesses, with thousands of people supporting restaurants and creative industries throughout the festival. This year's program features exclusive dining experiences, major art installations, live performances and interactive experiences, reinforcing Brisbane's reputation as a destination for world-class cultural events. Importantly, Night Feast continues to activate the Brisbane Powerhouse precinct during the winter period, drawing people into the local area and supporting local jobs and businesses. The festival also continues its commitment to sustainability, building on efforts which previously diverted thousands of kilograms of waste from landfill through practical initiatives such as the reuse of drinkware. The Shrinner Council continues to invest in events and experiences which make Brisbane an even better place to live, work and relax. We know that residents want more to see and do. That is why we continue to support much-loved events such as Night Feast, which bring people together, support local businesses and showcase the best of Brisbane's creative talent. Delivering an event of this scale requires dedication, planning and collaboration, and I'd like to acknowledge the event organisers, the volunteers, the performers, the local businesses and council officers who contributed to this year's festival. Their hard work and commitment helped deliver an outstanding experience for attendees. In particular, I'd like to congratulate the CEO and Artistic Director Louise Bazina and the board led by Valmay Hill. Their efforts have once again highlighted what is possible when people work together to create something special for our community. I'd also like to recognise the many local businesses that participated in and supported the event. Their involvement plays a critical role in the festival's success. And one of the highlights of this year's event has been the Outstanding Arts program. At the heart of the precinct stands Ignite, a spectacular installation by Amigo and Amigo. Inspired by the communal bonfire, Ignite invites visitors to interact through a series of seesaws that activate lights and sounds. As participants work together, the giant illuminated flame grows and evolves. The installation creates a shared experience that brings complete strangers together while celebrating connection and community. Another standout attraction is Total Vibrations by acclaimed artist Johnny Nishke. Located within the Stores studio, this immersive work combines reflections, colour, light and sound to create a captivating sensory experience. Visitors are encouraged to pause, reflect and engage with the artwork in new ways. Total Vibrations demonstrates the calibre of contemporary art that Night Feast continues to bring to Brisbane audiences. The festival has also featured Joy Generator by Nixie Killick. This radiant sculptural installation has become a beacon throughout the precinct. Designed to inspire connection and positive interaction, Joy Generator encourages visitors to engage, play and share moments of wonder together. It perfectly captures the spirit of the event by creating opportunities for people to connect through creativity and imagination. Chair Night Feast also welcomed the return of exceptional performing arts experiences. Vista by the Stephanie Lake Company has delivered a powerful and thought-provoking performance. This striking dance work explores the idea that different people experience and interpret events in different ways. This year's program has also included 3 Food Memories, a live recording of renowned chef Sava Sava's podcast. Through conversations exploring culture and community, audiences have shared impersonal stories connected through food. The experience demonstrates how food serves as a powerful connector between people and communities. Night Feast is another example of the Shrinner Council delivering on its commitment to build a vibrant, active and connected city. So if you haven't already, get down to the powerhouse before the 23rd of August.
Howard, your time has expired and so has question time. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 3rd of August 2026.
Madam Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday 3rd of August 2026 be adopted.
Seconded. Has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 3rd of August 2026 be adopted.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Could I ask that item C be taken seriatim for debate, please?
Yes. Lord Mayor, item A and B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Queensland is a natural disaster-prone state and Brisbane has had its fair share of natural disasters, our hearts always go out to other regions and cities experiencing natural disasters. And I just did want to say that the news has emerged in very recent times of a state of emergency in Colombia with an incredible earthquake. It's a powerful earthquake that has already caused over 100 deaths and there are at least 87 injured and there are more than 1,000 buildings that have been damaged in the reports so far. It was a 7.4 magnitude earthquake, which is huge. The epicentre was near San Jose del Palma, a small community of around 4,800 people, roughly 400 kilometres west of Bogota. There's more than 20 local government municipalities that have been affected, and in Cali alone, people were trapped in at least 19 collapsed buildings. Brisbane is home to a growing Colombian community, and we are proud of our Colombian community, and we know that they'll be thinking of friends and relatives back in Colombia at this time, and we are certainly sending our thoughts and prayers to the people of Colombia, local residents of Colombian heritage and also those in Colombia. I can confirm that tonight we'll be lighting up our city assets in the colours of the Colombian flag, yellow, blue and red, just to show our support at this challenging time. And as I said, Madam Chair, this is something that we do on quite a regular basis whenever there are challenging circumstances around the world, and particularly natural disasters. On other light-ups that have been occurring or are planned, we've had the assets lit up in green for the 150th anniversary of the RNA, or the ECA, and it's great to see so many Queenslanders enjoying the best of the country in the heart of the city. We'll have those assets lit up again tomorrow night, Wednesday night and Friday night in those green colours for the ECA. On Saturday, we'll be lighting assets up in white, orange and green to celebrate India's Independence Day. That is now 79 years since India received or obtained its independence in 1947. And obviously that also means that we're celebrating in Brisbane India Day put on by GoPio Queensland. And thank you again to the organisers of the India Day Fair, particularly Usha and Umesh Chandra and their support team that have pulled together another fantastic event for this weekend. I just did want to say that on a regular basis, we get through feedback from members of the community about how wonderful council officers are and the great job that they're doing. And it's right that they're acknowledged for that. And I'm regularly signing letters of commendation directly to council officers for the work that they do. And I just wanted to call out a couple today. We received a submission from a resident called Paul, and Paul says, Andrew from the Rapid Response Group helped me when my Mazda BT50 ute broke down on the corner of Webster Road and Kitchener Road, Stafford Heights. You can imagine that would be a pretty hectic situation there. Without being asked, Andrew put his flashing lights on, cleared the way behind me with safety cones and assisted me to roll back, to push back the vehicle out of the traffic lanes and into a safe curbside parking spot. Great job, Andrew. I appreciate your help. Also had a submission from Ted, who says, I would like to acknowledge the following staff at the Kenmore Library. Rachel, Rebecca, Nadira, Steve and Michael. Their welcoming and approachable manner highlighted their strong interpersonal skills, which in turn led to effective customer engagement. They resolved my queries, suggested relevant resources and ensured that I used the right services for computer-based searches. I should also add Michael, as he has fulfilled all of these skills for many, many years. And so thank you to the team out at Kenmore Library. And look, I think these couple of examples are just two examples that happen every day in this organisation right across the city by our fantastic council workers that are absolutely committed to a better Brisbane and they are committed to great customer service and supporting the community. So thank you to all of our council officers and particularly those that have been acknowledged by residents in recent times. Item A is the significant contracting plan for infrastructure design consultancy services. And this panel provides specialist design and advisory consultancy services across council's built and planned infrastructure projects. It's structured around 5 categories in transport, project management, property and structures, as well as environment and water. It includes design consultancy for roads, bridges and active transport and infrastructure, engineering advice for buildings, facilities and structural assets, environmental assessments and approvals and planning and delivery to help manage scope and timelines across projects. Together, these cover more than 35 specialist segments, allowing council to draw on niche expertise as needed for individual projects rather than requiring a single supplier to cover the full breadth of design work. And so there's a broad range of skills that are required from time to time, and this procurement arrangement allows us to access those skills for the needs that we might have at any given time. Those needs definitely change over time, and they definitely go through periods of peaks, as we've seen in the last few years with a big peak of major projects happening, including the Brisbane Metro, the Moggle Road Corridor upgrade, the Kangaroo Point Bridge, the Beams Road project, and a whole range of other projects that were happening at once. And obviously, procuring this panel arrangement will allow us to be ready for the next round of investment in projects as our city continues to grow and provide those the expertise that we need and those specialist skills. I would also say that when figures are used in terms of expected demand for these services, they are an estimate, and and that is the case for every SCP. We estimate potential demand, but the actual demand will be different to that estimate, and accordingly we'll change that over time as we gear up further projects. And so there will be further and significant infrastructure investment going forward, and exactly the value of that is yet to be determined, but at the point in time where this submission came through, it is an estimate, and I can tell you one thing about an estimate: it's not accurate. It will not be the actual. The actual will be different, and so this particular submission allows us to, as I said, engage those skills and gear up for work with the specialist expertise that's needed for individual projects. Item B is the contracts and tendering report for contracts in June 2026. 76 out of 79 contracts were awarded to locally based suppliers. 268 out of 284 contracts year to date were awarded to locally based suppliers with a total spend of $1.2 billion. And the contracts in this particular month include the operation of the Redcliffe Place markets, obviously an incredibly popular and well appreciated and well loved markets, and one that is expanding as a result of the change to the contract. Also the maintenance of public art, an upgrade for Dunlop Park Memorial Pool at Yeronga, construction of the Balimba Library upgrade, and one library upgrade that the local Labor councillor is scrambling to claim the credit for, but was actually entirely proposed and funded by this administration. But you know, you can try. That's fine. People know what's going on here. Bus repairs and the supply of batteries for the fleet, park upgrades at the Joe Bradfield Centre Park and Bill Hewitt Reserve, supply and delivery of sand and sandbags, and the construction and rehabilitation of transport and drainage infrastructure. Thank you, Madam.
Further speakers to A and B. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Could I ask that A and B be taken separately for voting now, please? Thanks. I'd just like to echo the words the Lord Mayor said just earlier about thanking Brisbane City Council staff for their hard work. They are working under trying circumstances at the moment, and certainly going through it, and their unions are representing them well in the current EBA negotiations. So it's great the Lord Mayor can finally, after years, I think, get up and thank council staff for the first time ever. How about you stop attacking their conditions? Yes. Lord Mayor, like stripping away toil for our outdoor workforce. How about you give them a decent wage offer under this current EBA? That'd go a lot longer and a lot more to demonstrating to our council staff that we as a council and the politicians in this place actually really value their work rather than just lip service. That would certainly go a very long way. Now, on item A before us today, the procurement for infrastructure design consultancy services covers infrastructure design consultancy services for a panel without conducting a new competitive tender process. And there's a reason for that. It covers a range of things here: transport, infrastructure, project management, property, structures and environment and water, as we've heard today. And I was shocked to just hear the Lord Mayor talk about transport infrastructure in response to a question that Councillor Collier asked the Lord Mayor. And this was in response to what one of his senior LNP councillors went on radio and described as a level of service that the LNP Council apply to bus stops. Apparently there's a gold standard for bus stops, and then there's something else. Now, the Lord Mayor knows that 2/3 of bus trips taken in Brisbane are from suburb to suburb.
Surely.
It's not for the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor gets driven around in that big black limo, chauffeur driven around the city. So he doesn't take buses, but he should know, as a former Transport Chair, that 2/3 of bus trips taken in Brisbane are from suburb to suburb. So either the Lord Mayor doesn't know this or doesn't care enough about this to actually answer that question properly, in that stops that he describes as outbound from the city also service a huge number of other suburbs, and people wanting to get to other suburbs and other parts of Brisbane other than in and out of the city.
And so they should, yeah.
So the Lord Mayor now really seriously believes that there is some sort of gold standard that is just for inbound, city-bound bus stops, and the 2/3 of people that use buses and bus routes and bus stops to get from one suburb to another for school or for work or for shopping or for medical appointments, they deserve, according to the LNP, a lower level of service.
Shame.
That's what the Lord Mayor has just said today, and is it any wonder that we are the most congested city in Australia now, and it is only getting worse under the LNP. Congestion is only getting worse under the LNP because they believe, and the Lord Mayor has confirmed it today, that people who live in the suburbs of Brisbane and want to catch a bus to another suburb in Brisbane deserve a lower level of service.
Shame.
That's what this Lord Mayor believes. Yeah, and we've heard it all before from them.
Yeah.
We've heard it all before from them. Yeah, when Councillor Adams said not every suburb deserves every opportunity. You know, that's not an isolated incident. That's not just one councillor who's sitting in the departure lounge over there believes and thinks they can just say that. This is a fundamental belief of the LNP, because we hear it from councillors exiting, we hear it from councillors who are in charge of these areas within committees, and we hear it from the Lord Mayor himself as well.
Wow.
So this is really what the LNP believe. And this contract, or the contracting plan before us today, confirms that as well. Because the LNP regime have now admitted, through this document today, but also through all of their statements over the last few months and years, that they're not going to invest in any more than they have been on infrastructure for years to come.
Wow.
Now, we know Brisbane is rapidly growing. We hear that from the LNP all the time. We know the kind of pressure that public transport, that our road network is under, that our drainage networks are under, that our green spaces are under through a lack of maintenance. Just on trees alone, we know what can happen there. And the LNP have said today, despite all of these challenges and all of this growth, they do not intend on spending any more on infrastructure in the future than we have in the past. It also reveals today, before us, the documents today, that the actual spend, not the sort of best case scenario spend, but the actual spend is dramatically less than first predicted when this contract came in. That's commercial in confidence, so we're not allowed to say what that is. But I thought it was an interesting comment that the Lord Mayor just made, that if you get an estimate, you can throw that out the window because that's not going to be what the final price is. But for the LNP, well, the Lord Mayor's approach is when you get an estimate, you throw it out the window and you just never do the project.
Yeah, that's right.
You just don't do it at all, because they have for years been underspending what they had promised the people of Brisbane they would deliver after jacking up their rates and fees and charges year after year after year.
And they call it sensible savings.
So it begs the question, what work is Council actually planning under these arrangements? Story Bridge restoration at $3.65 billion over 20 years. There's the so-called metro expansion and the Northside Depot out there at Bracken Ridge that apparently doesn't need a business case. More footpaths, safer crossings, lighting in parks, maybe.
I doubt it.
Brisbane's not seeing any of this. We're not seeing any of this. And on all of these fronts and so many more, Brisbane is stuck under Schrinner. Now, for example, we first heard about the green and gold grid months ago, and yet not one single tree has yet been planted. Now, we know those trees don't grow overnight. If it takes LNP this long to plant street trees, how can we possibly expect the essential infrastructure in the suburbs we need before 2032? Or take the long talked about Gold City glider, which why the LNP haven't been able to get one single bus service rolling for over a decade at least, escapes every ordinary normal thinking person in this city. And they love doing their bus reviews, of course. They're not waiting around to cut bus services in the suburbs. In fact, just last week we had, as we've talked about, the former Transport Chair, now Infrastructure, I think, although he seems to still be rolled out to talk about transport things, tell the ABC that he won't be making any promises that every bus stop will get the Gold Star treatment, which includes some concrete around it, where people can stand, maybe a seat for somebody, basic accessibility. Yeah. Or maybe they don't even exist. Maybe they don't even exist in the future. Now, if bus stops are dirt tracks and the worst bus stop on that ABC poll are also losing out to literal dirt tracks out in Debra, I think it was, that's something that this LNP council should be reflecting on.
They're proud of it, though.
But they're proud of it and they joke about it. They joke about it. It's a big joke to them. Now, personally, the worst bus stop really perhaps should have gone to that one out of Acacia Ridge, Councillor Griffiths, that used to have buses that serviced it. And after those LNP cuts, it's gone. Now, it's not a bad bus stop. It's got a shelter and a seat at it. But there's now no buses that go to it because the LNP cut that route altogether. And that is a very expensive mural of what happens to a city after 2 decades of decline under the LNP.
That is right.
Now, Council's rationale for avoiding a new tender is that the existing panel is meeting operational requirements, apparently. Just think about that. Just think about that. The LNP claimed that the current panel arrangements for all these services is meeting operational requirements. Which is, they're underspending what they said they would. Our infrastructure is crumbling, trees are falling on people in parks, drainage systems aren't coping, the worst congestion in the country, bus services are being cut, and the LNP think that this current arrangement is meeting operational requirements.
Good enough according to the LNP.
Now, here's the kicker, of course, and this is from the documents and this is the LNP's belief. Demand is not expected to materially increase in 2026-27 or 2027-2028. Activity through the IDCS panel that we're discussing today has significantly reduced since the contract commenced in 2021. That's the LNP's legacy.
I wonder what that means.
That's the LNP's legacy. It's right there in black and white before us today. So what's next? In simple terms, what that means is the people of Brisbane are paying more and getting less under the LNP. That's the simplest way that these documents explain to the people of Brisbane what is actually happening in council. So the Lord Mayor and his LNP councillors walk around with their 6 years to go pins on their lapels with no awareness of what that actually
Cassidy,
means.
your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension.
Seconded.
Has been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So despite the urgency of this moment when our city is experiencing rapid growth, our livability is under threat, and the work to literally build our future is frozen under the LNP, you can bet your bottom dollar that we have stopped building as a council our suburban infrastructure because Jared Blay told Adrian Schrinner to do so. And we know that is a fact. That's also here in black and white before us today as well. It says the extension allows time to reassess the appropriate structure and size of a future panel, including for Brisbane 2032 related work. In other words, this panel will probably be reduced so that suppliers can be redirected to the Brisbane Stadium and that precinct there, leaving behind the suburbs of Brisbane once again. On Clause B, Chair, the report of contracts accepted by the delegates of Council, we see $5 million Radcliffe Place Markets, 3 years with a maximum of 9 for revenue, and how timely when just last week the Brisbane Times asked readers if they're part of the missing 20% of foot traffic that used to frequent the mall. And no doubt, of course, that the coronavirus pandemic and the subsequent work from home shift had a part to play in all of this, but really ultimately this was an acceleration of a terminal decline set in motion by more than 2 decades of decline under the stale old LNP regime. And speaking of stale, I thought I'd just read some of the comments from readers about why they avoid the CBD now. And I quote, "I occasionally go into the city to shop, but very reluctantly. It's dirty, smells like stale urine, and most shops sell nothing different to what you get in the burbs." Another, and I quote, "Removing the pig and whistle and Milano was the worst decision by council. Both ends of Queen Street are now empty. Before they were vibrant. Recent big sport weekend showed a lack of food and drink options for visitors. Using the excuse of pop-up stores as a better option has clearly failed." And another reply to that comment said, "Wholeheartedly agree, just another of BCC's long list of planning failures. Haven't seen anything pop up in those locations, just empty concrete similar to the travesty that is King George Square." Those are not my words, they're the words of the Lord Mayor's constituents. The Lord Mayor's answer is to expand the Radcliffe Place markets across George Street and down into the Queen Street Mall, plus 2 night markets are planned for 2026, with 4 booked in for 2027. And this is what the Lord Mayor called part of the biggest transformation of our CBD in decades. He really is out of puff, isn't he? He really is, like he's just right at the end. Yeah, that's about it, right? A couple of markets is what the Lord Mayor describes as the biggest transformation in our CBD in decades. What's the other part then? If that's the biggest part, what is the small part of that plan? Because the only transformation I've observed under Adrian Schrinner is the declining economy and lifestyle in Brisbane CBD and a very, very visible homelessness crisis that this Lord Mayor refuses to take any responsibility for and stands up here in this place and says he is proud of the state government cuts to support that will inevitably make the situation worse. So while we obviously hold the Lord Mayor to account for suburban neglect, just excuse us for a moment while we highlight the total failure of this LNP council to make the CBD a vibrant place for those people who live in the suburbs and come in and for visitors alike as well. Not every opportunity for every person, according to the LNP. $5.3 million for maintenance of public art. We have 201 pieces of public art, according to Council's open data source. And the last public art installation was installed in 2023, 3 years ago. Big gap. Since then, we've had plenty of electricity boxes painted. I'm not sure if they're considered public art by council in terms of the register and whether they're worthy of maintaining. Perhaps this LNP council thinks that public art sculptures are less of a priority than the Living in Brisbane newsletters, for instance, but without investing in local artists, we're letting our creative community down, just as the world's eyes are beginning to focus on our city for the 2032 Olympic Games. The $200,000 for the gathering production event management, Creative Nations is an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander owned and operated business that specialises in cultural knowledges, creative industries, education training, special event projects, and in working collaboratively to further enhance people and communities. Creative Nations is a regular participant in Council's gathering series, holding events every Wednesday from noon in Queen Street Mall. A worthwhile investment that we should celebrate but not isolate. Brisbane needs a better plan to draw more people into the city and for the benefit of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses who host these events. We see a $1.8 million contract for black and white cabs taking over from Transit Care, and the last time this contract for council cab services came in, I raised some concerns on behalf of residents who contacted me about the service level they were getting from the previous contractor, so we certainly hope that's taken into account in the new contract with black and white cabs. And we see Dunlop Park Memorial Pool Corinda, not where the Lord Mayor said it was. I note that Focus Construct, I think, is the contractor that's getting this, made a tidy $5,000 donation to the LNP just 3 months out from the 2024 election. The $1.8 million Bulimba Library upgrade, I'll let Councillor Collier speak a bit more about that one, but I see the Lord Mayor up here today scrambling to try and take some credit for something that Councillor Collier campaigned for at the last council election and committed to and is delivering. So congratulations to you, Councillor Collier. $352,000 for Bill Hewitt Reserve toilets. Great to see an investment in public facilities here, which is also home to Hannah's Place, the playground in this reserve named in honour of Hannah Clark. Public toilets in these community places let families spend more time together, more comfortably, is something we want to see more across Brisbane. And we should see plenty more of these contracts as we see this, and we know as local councillors and so do LNP councillors know that the requests for enhancing our public spaces so people can enjoy the lifestyle that Brisbane's known for is far outpacing the investment we see from this LNP council, just like we've seen in the previous item. Now, $14.4 million for the supply and delivery of sand. This is an important one. I'll start with asphalt production. I noticed a fortnight ago that councils claimed that the new asphalt mix could save ratepayers $1.2 million. Well, they've saved much more than that by cutting the road resurfacing budget by $20 million over the last decade. Have they delivered smoother and safer roads? No, they've just blamed the weather and EVs for that. The big fail. Sand is also used for concrete blend production, again, for what infrastructure exactly, because we're seeing more and more of that wound back, and we saw the supply of concrete and concrete products for footpaths, curb and channel and drainage reduced drastically under the LNP. But we see here as well, we know some of this will be used for sandbag production. We also see there's $2.9 million for pre-filled sandbags. Now, I understand Councillor Griffiths tried to get an answer out of Councillor Davis this morning. You would think she would have known what that was to be able to answer that in the committee, but I understand maybe she'll give the answer in the debate here today, and we'll find out what that's for. So we've had this situation where there's fewer depots than ever under the LNP. There are fewer outdoor staff than ever under the LNP. Yep. And now we have the LNP purchasing pre-filled sandbags from Bunnings under this contract, this $3 million contract. So maybe some of them are for, creek works, bank stabilisation, maybe they're for road projects, maybe they're to hand out $2.9 million, maybe they're to hand out to people because the Lord Mayor's savage cuts to our workforce has meant that during flood events, this council is not able to respond in an appropriate way to the community. And we see those lines at the Zulmia depot go for about 2 kilometres down Zulmia Road. And you see lines to go for an hour at the Boondall Entertainment Centre people to try and get sandbags during those events. So maybe this is an omission of that, but we certainly look forward to hearing from Councillor Davis about that. Separately and lastly here we have a $300 million, which is a maximum thoughts and prayers budget under the LNP for 3 years, a maximum 9 years for the construction and rehabilitation of transport, drainage infrastructure, bikeways, roads, drainage, underground works and maritime infrastructure. Of course, there's no guarantee this work will happen. This is a maximum figure. We know from the first contract in Clause A we just discussed, there can be significant underspends on this infrastructure by the LNP. So it might look big, this one, but we know from experience that it is the maximum approved, and often what we see in the budget or what we don't see in the budget is a minimum spend. We see there $8.75 million for bus body and chassis repair, and very topical, of course, after last week. And we're certainly pleasantly surprised to learn that despite getting pierced by a flying Toyota Yaris, that bus will be able to be repaired and returned to service. We have long had bus repairs based locally. It would be better if we could have an electric bus manufactured locally as well, which brings us to the final contract, $2.4 million for the provision of bus general fleet batteries. Not for EV batteries for buses, but just for starting batteries for buses. And the LNP's ideological hatred for EVs is flowing over here too.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Are there further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I just rise to speak to item A and B here in today's reports, and I just wanted to initially just make a couple of responses to Councillor Cassidy's largely scattergun, inconsistent attacks, where basically it boils down to Labor good, LNP bad, and no matter what we do, he has to attack and criticise it. I've got to say, there was one thing that really caught my attention though, and that is Councillor Cassidy's new measure that the quality of life in Brisbane is directly related to the number of pig and whistles available to people, and that the closure of the pig and whistle in the mall was a travesty. And I assure him there are many others. There are many others, and I know that he might think that's the most supreme venue brand in Brisbane, but there are lots of alternatives to pig and whistle, can I assure him of that. But what can I say? This is a consideration of a significant contracting plan. One of the criticisms we received from Councillor Cassidy earlier is that the quantum under consideration in the SCP is significantly lower than it was. And there was an interesting question. What was that question? I wonder what happened since 2021. Does no one recall the opening of the Kangaroo Point Bridge? Have people forgotten about the opening of the largest public transport project in the city's recent history, in the Brisbane Metro, in the new tunnel under Adelaide Street? Have people forgotten about the Breakfast Creek Bridge? All these wonderful achievements have occurred in the last 5 years, and Councillor Cassidy wishes to ignore and dismiss them all, but we won't, because the people of Brisbane love them. We know that something like 1 million people catch a metro each and every month, and we know that the Kangaroo Point Bridge has exceeded the expectations of popularity by some orders. So what have we been doing? What has happened has been one of the most consequential builds in this city's history of public and active transport. That's what has happened in the last 5 years. And now we're here to consider an SCP for external services for the provision of planning work for engineering work. So that can be a whole range of things. But what, again, Councillor Cassidy chooses to ignore is the fact that we have significant talented people within this organisation who also provide these services. So this is the external services when required. It's about empanelling a range of businesses across 5 broad categories and 35 specialist segments, and it's important because we do sometimes need specialist support. Now, we have our people here who can do much of the work, and particularly general work or things we do often. For example, road renewal and reconstruction. Sometimes we need specialists and we need to bring them in, and it's much quicker and easier if we have them on a panel, which is really what we're talking about here. Now, the deliberate misunderstanding by Councillor Cassidy of what an SCP is, which again, it's a framework to engage in contract negotiations, endorsed by this organisation. And so we are essentially saying we have very good people in-house who do things that we ordinarily do, and we sometimes need to go external to do specialist things. I think that's a pretty ordinary and normal thing for this organisation to do, and something that I support, quite frankly. Now, again, a gratuitous assault on electric buses was made by Councillor Cassidy in his final remarks. I'm not sure if Councillor Cassidy recalls his own comments, but he attacks electric buses in the city. He wants us to shut them down and send them away. We are the ones who defend the electric buses in this city. He attacks them on him and the Labor-controlled channel Brisbane Now. They don't feel that these things should be here. I hear him saying it's true. We fortuitously say, had a presentation in this morning's committee where we spoke to our electric buses, the purple ones, and also our Spring Hill Loop, which is also electric. We've engaged with a range of people to bring modern propulsion, modern fuel sources into our buses, and it's in fact it was Mark Bailey who sabotaged the last project. He set the 100% electric bus target and then bought 0 in 5 years. So we're the only ones, the LNP is the only ones who possesses electric buses. Councillor Cassidy has criticised us in the past and asked us to hand them back because he was afraid the buses may spy on him. But I assure Councillor Cassidy he is not that interesting. And so we are the leaders in electric buses, and the Labor Party, once again, all talk and no action.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I rise to speak on item A and item B, and forgive me, but I thought we did this deal with the state government and they took over all our public transport assets. Wasn't aware that we owned them anymore, but perhaps that's just my interpretation of the big cheque that the Lord Mayor got for handing over every single asset, including the buses, which we don't own. Translink does, but it's the public transport chair standing up saying that they're our buses and we own them, but just the facts don't matter to this council whatsoever. So very briefly, with respect to item A, look, I note the discussion that's been had about the consultancy services, but there's a couple of things that I want to note on the record. Firstly, there are two things going on here. One, this council is tying up businesses all over Australia on the promise that there will be council work which never eventuates. So they are on a pre-approved panel, but the work that council is estimating will happen is not happening. And we can't reveal those figures to you because they're redacted in our council papers and they are commercial in confidence. Now, the reason we need expert advice is because city projects is the worst bottleneck of public service in this council. The worst by a long way. It can take you years to get a quote or a brief or a design from city projects on basic issues like footpaths. It can take years before you get a quote for a small road upgrade project. It is outrageous how long it takes and how much it costs when dealing with city projects. Number one, I'd like to think that we had the right skill base within council, but in my experience, they are not doing a good job. They are not doing a good job, and I'm going to give an example. So, on the 12th of May 2025, 15 months ago, we logged a job for a wheelchair user, a resident of ours, who could not negotiate a non-compliant ramp in Sherwood. We have followed up on the 4th of June, the 10th of June, the 25th of July, the 20th of February 2026, the 10th of March, when we were advised the works would happen between April and May 2026. We followed up again on the 17th of March, the 8th of May, the 12th of June, the 30th of June and the 5th of August. All we've had is excuse after excuse for 15 months from city projects saying, oh, it's all too hard, we've got to get external advice, oh, we're still looking into it, it's a bit complicated. It's a footpath for a wheelchair person who can't negotiate it, along with all the other elderly residents, on the corner of an arterial road that carries 35,000 vehicles a day, and 15 months later this council can't fix it. You know what? I almost think it'd be better to refer it to an external advisor. Maybe they could get the job done because this council cannot do it. Excuse after excuse after excuse. It's not good enough. Now, I also, I just want to say, I feel sorry for the businesses who are being dudded by this administration on the promise of, oh yeah, we'll look after you, come on our list. I know a number have declined to continue. I know a number raised their prices. What I do know is this administration is resting on their laurels. Councillor Andrew Wines thinks that he opened the Kangaroo Point Bridge in 2021. Well, it was December last year. But this administration, we know, has been told not to build. We know this Lord Mayor will desperately want to promise at the election coming up in 2028. This is kind of like a blank cheque for when they do decide to upgrade their capacity. And we know the Lord Mayor likes to outsource things because he's outsourced answering his telephone. Despite the fact he's got 16 people in his office, he's now got the call centre answering his phone. I just want to speak briefly on the contracts and tendering. One, I'm incredibly concerned that the timeframes given for Dunlop Memorial Pool Corinda, Lord Mayor, are wrong. The pool was closed for 2 months before the contract started. The contract lasts for 20 weeks. That will take us to the end of November, early December. Council has told me the pool was going to open in September, then they pushed that back to October, but this contract says 20 weeks from July. Now, who's right? What I'm being told or what's in the contracts? I am concerned that the promise that the pool at Corinda would be reopened for summer is not going to happen. And finally, just on Bunnings,
Councillor
oh my God,
Johnston,
the
your
lowest
time
prices
has
are just the
expired.
beginning.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Parry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak in support of item A, Council's Infrastructure Design Consultancy Services Panel. This is ultimately about making sure that Brisbane City Council has access to the specialist expertise that we need to continue delivering the infrastructure for our growing city. This is in a way that is competitive and to a high standard, and that's what's most important. And I have to say I was quite shocked by Councillor Johnston's comments in relation to tying up businesses across Australia, giving them a dud deal. I don't understand how driving value for ratepayers would be a negative thing in the eyes of a local councillor. It is beyond me. And I do appreciate her standing up for local business, especially when one of her good colleagues accuses us of being corrupt and working for our mates, as she said, quote, "We will look after you." Apparently we say that to the businesses. Now we're trying to look after ratepayers to get more value, to get expertise from outside organisations, and that's a bad thing. I'm confused by this, I must admit. I'm lost and I'm confused, but that's okay, because
Point of order,
what
Madam
I will
Chair.
do.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Parry.
Tying up businesses across Australia, quote, "We will look after you." Okie doke. Gotcha. Misrepresented. Anyway, the other thing as well that Councillor Johnston mentioned was that that we're not spending enough on infrastructure. Yep, week after week, we get criticised for apparently, what was it, Councillor Murphy, through you, Madam Chair? Was it a $5 billion metro or a $10 billion metro or a $20 billion metro? Every week we get accused of spending too much on the Brisbane Metro, something that's carried some 20 million passengers, I believe, since it was rolled out. Now it's not being rolled out quickly enough. There's a whole lot of things we're not doing, but the fact is, Madam Chair, we are doing them, and that's why week after week those opposite come in and talk about it and criticise us for doing it. It's uncomfortable for them. Yep. Councillor Wines did mention earlier about all the things that were delivered since 2021, because that's what his statement was. He left out the amazing Bradbury Park, which is in my ward, which is delivered under this arrangement. Yes. Thank you very much, Councillor Strunk. It is a fantastic park and it's something that's much loved by the community. It is an asset to this entire city and I'm incredibly proud to be the local councillor for it. So this existing panel that we have before us today is substantial. As the Lord Mayor mentioned, it covers 5 service categories and 35 individual segments, ranging from transport infrastructure and project management through to property and structures, environmental services and water. Of the 58 existing panel members, 56 have agreed to continue. So this is heartening and this is a positive thing for the City of Brisbane and certainly for the ratepayers. What it does mean is that it is competitive. We've tested the market and we know that we're getting the best value for this kind of work, and that's what's most important, particularly as we do head into a busy time. We know that it's going to get even more and more competitive as the years roll out, particularly with the big build happening in Brisbane at the moment in the lead up to the 2032 Brisbane Olympic Games. And as we continue to invest in infrastructure, as we prepare for the opportunities and the obligations associated with the 32 Olympic and Paralympic Games, we need the ability to access the right expertise quickly and efficiently, and this is the way to do it. This arrangement gives us the flexibility that we need while allowing us to continually reassess the size and structure of the panel and ensure it remains fit for purpose. It is a practical procurement design. It represents value for money, and most importantly, it helps council get on with the job of delivering infrastructure for Brisbane. I commend it to the chamber.
Councillor Johnston, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes, I've been misrepresented when the councillor said that I said that ratepayers would not be getting value for money regarding this panel. This panel is not about ratepayers getting value for money. My comments were around the fact that businesses were being tied up without contracts being engaged under the LNP.
Further speakers? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on item A and B, and I'll start with the infrastructure design. And I'd just like to talk about a couple of bus stop designs that we've been requesting for Joseph Banks in Forest Lake suburb. And of course, the Lord Mayor made a great deal of bus stops and where you should have shelters, where you shouldn't, whether it be inbound or outbound. Well, Joseph Banks is both inbound and outbound, but not really. I think certainly one's outbound down to Blunder Road, which does not even have a seat, let alone a shelter, and we've been calling for this for almost a decade and being ignored. And the other one goes to the two high schools, which you could say is outbound, but not really. It goes to the two high schools in the shopping centre. So I think in both cases we need a shelter and some seating. Poor kids, anyways. So that's bronze, not even bronze. It's nothing. Also, project management, and I just want to bring up a couple of an item here in project management, which is we have failed. We have failed for many years on this, and again, I've been trying to get this into the budget or get it done, and that is a ramp to the lake stage. From the parking lot to the lake stage. We paid about $10,000 back 5 years ago, asking for a preliminary design. They came back and said it'll cost you $120,000 to do this project. To do the project, right? The project design.
Oh yeah, design just for a wrap.
Yep. It's slightly complicated, but it's not really complicated. There will be some land works that need to be done. But, you know, we've just had in this budget for a design for Johnson Road upgrade, a set of lights, and in the budget, now remember $120,000 5 years ago for the design. This time it's $207,000 for an upgrade of an intersection design. Now, which is serious? I mean, is it really, I mean, 5 years ago for a ramp, $120,000, right? This year, $207,000 for a design of an upgrade of an intersection. Now, I don't know which one is serious and which one isn't, or are they both not serious in regards to the budgetary and/or the quote. Contracts and tendering, Clause B. I'd just like to talk about this maintaining public art. Now, I think the only, when it says maintaining public art, I think they only talk about the inner city suburbs of the CBD, right, or Fortitude Valley, because they certainly don't talk about the suburbs, right? We had some beautiful public art on a library building that was upgraded just during COVID, right? And we had some art on the side of the library, right, that had to come down, and they said that they wouldn't be putting it back up because it didn't fit into the budget. So it was scrapped, went off the landfill, right? We have the old Anala Hall, right? Which we, myself and the Lord Mayor and a number of other elected members were there for a function on the weekend. And on the side of that building, there is some public art that has seen better days. So when it comes to public art and maintaining it, they're not doing it out in the suburbs. They're only doing it in the city. And maybe the surrounding suburbs around the city. I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert on all the public art, but there's 207 or about 200 pieces of public art. I wonder if they're really serious about the suburbs. Right? Now, when it comes to the contract for black and white, wow, didn't that flip back pretty quick to black and white? Thank you, black and white. You gave us a fantastic service, and then we took it away from you, and then the complaints roll in. And it rolled in, and I'm sure it rolled into almost all wards.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired.
And
further
thank you for bringing it back.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on Clause B of the E&C report. There are 3 exciting contracts that relate to my portfolio of community and the arts. First up, there is a contract for the production and event management of Gathering with Creative Nations. Now, this is a contract particularly close to my heart because Gathering is an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander performance program that takes place in the Queen Street Mall between 12 and 1 p.m every Wednesday from February to November, and audiences can enjoy a mix of both traditional and contemporary performances. So tomorrow you can see Kylie Hill, a proud Aboriginal woman, paint a unique masterpiece when she takes the Gathering stage. Now, Gathering is currently the only Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander program delivered weekly in the heart of an Australian capital city, right here in Brisbane. Now, I say that many, many times, Madam Chair, because I'm so proud of the fact that this has been happening for many, many years in Brisbane, and we really have led the way, and it's a fantastic program, and I really want to say a big thank you to Dita Southwood from Creative Nations, because she does an amazing job. It is a program that we're all very fond of, and it's also ahead of the trend. Midday artistic performances that draw office workers outside during lunch breaks are becoming more popular in the CBD. Performances like Gathering help breathe life into the Queen Street Mall while supporting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists. Next up, we have Council Cabs, another fantastic community and arts program. Council Cabs provides discounted transport for passengers who are over 60 years of age, mobility impaired, or a pension card holder. The discount applies for return transport between a resident's home and a local or district shopping centre, allowing residents to access shopping, medical and library facilities. It's an incredible program, and I know how much our older residents who access it appreciate it. Maintaining independence as you get older is so important for your mental health and well-being, and this council service helps people do just that. And I thank Councillor Strunk for his comments, because I think that that everyone is going to be very happy with the program, and I really encourage our councillors to talk to their constituents about this fantastic program. The last contract I'd like to comment on is the Dunlop Park Memorial Pool upgrade. Works are already underway on this important upgrade. To deliver the best outcome for the community, we've been working with the lessee on an updated project scope. This includes draining and refilling the 50-metre pool to disconnect the shared hydraulics between the existing water slide wading pool and the 50-metre pool, construction of a new hydraulic system, underground balance tanks, filtration system and all necessary equipment for the water play area. Construction of a new water play area, including a water tower, slide and toys. Refurbishing the existing filtration system for the 50-metre pool, replacement of the main entry building roof and resurfacing of the pebble crate learn to swim pool. Chair, I'm pleased to confirm that this project is progressing well and remains on track. We know how much locals love the Dunlop Park Memorial Pool, and we look forward to delivering these improvements before the summer season begins. And on that note, Madam Chair, I commend these contracts to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm going to speak about both items today. On item A, the significant contracting plan for infrastructure design consultancy services is, of course, for things like bus stops, public transport, infrastructure like ferry terminals and the like. The number one thing that gets raised with me as a local councillor, of course, is not just from my community, but from just people at large in Brisbane. The number one issue, of course, is about council's lack of investment in the infrastructure that reflects growing communities and indeed a growing city, not just Morningside Ward, but Brisbane as a whole. And so it is really concerning that in this document in front of us today that we're expected to vote on, that it shows that we're chronically underspending on this essential community infrastructure. I can tell you what we're not underspending on. We're not underspending on things like paying social media influencers to market the Lord Mayor. We're not underspending on things like paying hundreds and thousands of dollars of Brisbane residents' money to shove photos of the Lord Mayor's face in every single resident's letterbox in Brisbane. Millions of dollars, actually. And it is so telling that the entire contribution on the LNP side of the chamber has been about attacking Labor councillors and not about their legacy or their vision for Brisbane because they are too embarrassed. And why is that, Chair? Why is that? It is because they have run out of energy, they've run out of puff, and they have no ideas for Brisbane. I mean, all keeping Brisbane moving is to the LNP is a slogan. The reality is that people are sitting in traffic waiting for ferries that turn people away. They're waiting at bus stops that they can't access because they're not accessible. They're trying to cross roads with their kids in tow that aren't safe. And what we've heard from the LNP today is that they're proud of that. They are proud of that. What Councillor Wines admitted earlier in his contribution to this debate is that so much of the money that Council has spent since 21 has been on things that are priorities for the Lord Mayor and for the LNP politically. Does anyone else remember, of course, this current Lord Mayor's promise that we were going to deliver how many green bridges? 5 green bridges for $550 million. How is that going? What Councillor Wines didn't say is that the money that Council has spent has come at the expense of suburban projects, and that tells you everything you need to know about the LNP's priorities. Kind of like how when the Lord Mayor earlier said he inferred that when we were talking about the fact that there are quite a lot of bus stops in Brisbane that aren't accessible, he inferred that people don't deserve shelters or accessibility upgrades. I mean, come on. That is the LNP's leadership in Brisbane. My goodness. My goodness. That's the best that the LNP have got.
All they could muster up. That's
all they could muster up. I mean, for goodness sake. The second item I want to talk about in item B, of course, is the Bulimba Library upgrade. What a great project. Something that my community has been fighting for years and years and years, and I have been with them every single step of the way. So I am so proud to be the local councillor that is finally delivering this incredibly important project for our community. It has been far too long, but it is finally happening. It's going to be fantastic when it's done. I want to give a special shout out to all of the people who have made this possible, working hard in the libraries team, especially the staff that have done an incredible thing and made a temporary library possible so that our community doesn't go without services. That is not something that you can pull off every day. I have been speaking to the staff on a regular basis. You know who you are. You know that we all think that you're incredible, and I think it shows because the first day of the temporary library I went down there and there were people everywhere because the people love the staff, they're loyal to them, and I just really want to shout them out because they're the ones who have made this possible. I do want to say there's a huge missed opportunity with leaving the land next door to the library fenced off away from the community. We could have had a real great opportunity to make public land accessible to the public, but I'll have to leave my comments there.
Further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on both items A and B. Item A is the extension of the design consultancy panel for infrastructure, and while most of the work delivered through this panel supports infrastructure projects, it also plays an important role across Program 3, helping us deliver projects in our parks, waterways and drainage network. The extension before us today is for a further 2 years with the option of a third. This would be facilitated through a variation to the existing contract, which began in October 2021 and is due to expire at the end of September. Madam Chair, arrangements like this are incredibly important because they give Council access to a wide range of specialist expertise when required. The panel includes a 56 pre-qualified suppliers list who have already demonstrated their experience and technical capability. The panel streamlines the process for procurement, saving time while still ensuring that Council receives quality services and value for money. This means our teams can access specialist advice more quickly as the commercial terms have already been agreed, allowing us to focus on getting the right expertise in place and progressing our project sooner. Since 2021, we've used the panel to access a range of services, including environmental assessments, flood modelling, flora and fauna surveys, heritage advice, waterway monitoring, structural engineering and project planning support. And these are the kinds of services that often happen behind the scenes, but they are critical to delivering the projects that our residents enjoy every day. For example, the panel provided specialist hydraulic engineering and bushfire management advice for the Pollara District Sports Club. We engaged the coastal engineering experts through the panel to assist with the Wynnum, Manly and Lota foreshores revitalisation. And the panel also supported the delivery of the Brisbane International Cycle Park at Murarrie by providing a range of environmental and engineering services that helped bring that wonderful project to life. So, Madam Chairs, these projects show why the panel is so valuable. It gives us access to that specialist expertise that's needed to plan, design, deliver these great projects in Brisbane while ensuring we do so efficiently and with the best value for money. So I commend item A to the chamber. Item B is the contracts and tendering, and I'll be speaking on the items that relate to Program 3. I'll start with the Contract 8 for electricity supply to council small market sites. The previous contract expired at the end of June, and we've now put in place a new 4-year arrangement through to June 2030. This contract covers the electricity supply for around 1,000 small metered council facilities across Brisbane, including public toilets, park barbecues, ferry terminals and bridge cameras. The market for these smaller sites is regulated, with retailers competing by offering discounts and service. The successful supply provided a strong discount from the previous contract, along with the lowest rate submitted through the tender process and a strong service record. Contract 9 is for the new toilet facility at Bill Hewitt Reserve in Camp Hill, which I know is of particular interest to the Deputy Mayor. This project will deliver a new toilet block along with an accessible pathway connecting to the Samuel Street footpath. The facility will include an accessible toilet and 2 standard toilets. This will be a very practical improvement that will support the growing use of this park, including the scooter track, the basketball half court and the picnic area, and construction is expected to begin next month, Deputy Mayor. I'd also like to touch on the sand contracts that are included in this report. Under Contract 11, a panel of suppliers will provide sand used in asphalt and concrete production at council's facilities, as well as alternative materials such as recycled glass where appropriate. Importantly, this same arrangement also provides the bulk sand used for sandbagging during severe weather events. And that's important, Madam Chair, of course, because storm season preparation never starts when a storm is on the radar. It starts well beforehand. We maintain around 146,000 pre-filled sandbags across 5 permanent collection sites at Darra, Zilmere, Newmarket, Morningside and Lota, which are available to residents around the clock from October to March, and those sites are supported by a further 10 pre-identified self-serve locations that can be opened when demand increases. Having reliable sand supplies in place means we can establish and restock those sites quickly whenever they're needed. Madam Chair, we are purchasing pre-filled sandbags. It is more effective and it assists our staff under workplace health and safety.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak briefly on item A and a couple of contracts in item B. Firstly, look, when we're talking about infrastructure design, I'm just going to share a couple of, not even stories. This is actually what's happened in relation to infrastructure design. And there's a few here because, of course, our most recent infrastructure design that we went through CEF cost $20,000-$30,000 each, and these are for individual refuges, let alone the kind of infrastructure design that we're putting out to consultants through here. Something that I really need to highlight right now around the infrastructure design is noting that we might get designs, maybe, but we definitely will not complete the project. Something really important and very relevant to my community, of course, is Dornoch Terrace and the 2 intersections that have been highlighted for 15 to 20 years by residents. Dornoch and Hampstead Road, Dornoch, Ganges and Hardgrave. Now, these intersections were already identified in 2019 by Brisbane City Council for needs for upgrades. I know, through you, Chair, that the community voted down the full upgrade of the area, but they said very quickly, this was of course related to the 115 car parks that were going to be removed, but they said very clearly that they wanted pedestrian upgrades in this area. This is something that I've been highlighting, these intersections, since I came into council. There was a previous project for this, and lo and behold, when I looked at information requests to find out if there was any designs on these intersections, of course the answer was no. So, yeah, we can get the panel together, but if the council actually isn't delivering the work to do the work that these communities need, then tragic consequences are going to happen, as exactly what happened at Dornoch, Ganges, Hardgrave. This is something I even brought, through you, Chair, to Councillor Murphy to be a part of the Black Spot program because I got sick of waiting for any sort of design for these intersections. After putting it in my budget, 2023, 24, 24, 20, 25, 25, 26, and of course 26, 27. And so when we talk about this design panel, that's great. It's theoretical that we're going to get this panel together for design for infrastructure, but are we actually going to deliver on design needed for these communities who, as stated by LNP councillors today, are a part of one of the fastest growing areas and densifying areas in the city? I bring us also now to another project. And again, shout out to Kangaroo Point residents and East Brisbane residents who did sign the petition on this, the Wellington Point signalised crossing. And the reason I bring this up is it is within the 2026-27 budget, and of course the 27-28 budget. When questioned during budgets, the statement was as allocation for design. Well, guess what? In 2023, I already saw the designs. I saw finalised designs. So what is it? Is there a design in place? There was also a tentative $2 million tag, give or take. So when we talk about, like, are we doubling up these designs to our consultancy? Are we giving them work to complete? Noting again, that design I saw in 2023. It is now 2026, obviously. I'm very hopeful that its inclusion means it'll be delivered 27-28. No surprises there that it's coming into an election year. I'll just speak quickly around contracts now. It's great to see some repairs to the pool. Maybe. But as I said last week, our pools are going to be under a lot of stress this summer. There's a super El Nino. It's going to be very, very hot. The $2 dips have been successful. And of course, with the closures of Centenary Pool that we've given, there's going to be a lot of pressures in our pools. So it's good to see more of that. And then lastly, sandbagging. Representing a ward that is desperate when storms hit to have sandbags, noting how far away the sandbagging is. You know, should I tell them that we should go to Bunnings? It's a service that's needed for the area, the sandbagging.
Has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on a few items in item B. Now, success has many fathers, Madam Chair, and failure is an orphan. And so it is quite funny to come into this chamber today to hear about Councillor Collier's win in upgrading the Bulimba Library. Now, this was a commitment in the 2024 election which saw the Lord Mayor have the strongest results in the Morningside ward and possibly the worst for Labor ever in history. So I know that Councillor Collier wants to tie herself to these upgrades that our administration are delivering for the Morningside community. I know that she's very excited, and it's nice to see a councillor who is very grateful for the upgrades that are happening, unlike a few other councillors who do have items in item B today. So, Madam Chair, we know that libraries are well loved by our communities, and that's why we continue to deliver the investments that are required under the Schrinner administration. Now,
The Bulimba Library is actually open 5 days a week and it welcomes residents from all ages. It actually hosts over 170 programs and events each year, from storytime sessions right through to workshops and community gatherings and special events. These programs create opportunities for people from all demographics to connect, learn new skills and engage with their local community. Each year, Bulimba Library sees over 80,000 visitors with more than 115,000 loans. Now, to put this into perspective, there are more visits to the Bulimba Library than the entire population of Launceston in Tasmania. A single suburban library sees more people come through their doors than an entire city, Madam Chair. This level of visitation is significant and demonstrates a strong demand for investment in these facilities. It is without question one of the most loved libraries that our council invests and delivers in. In recent surveys we actually put out to the Bulimba residents, we had 684 people respond to see what they would like to see in their library. Now, Madam Chair, there were some great responses. 57% requested more modernisation, 53% expressed more reading and general seating spaces, 40% asked for a bathroom upgrade, 34% a dedicated study space, 30% dedicated quiet spaces, 25% sought an improvement in the meeting rooms, and 11% identified the need for accessibility improvements. Now, the Bulimba Library, Madam Chair, I'm very happy to say, has been shaped directly by the community feedback, with input from locals, library visitors and patrons playing a critical role in the project's scope. This engagement has helped ensure that the upgrades respond to the needs, expectations and aspirations of our community, creating a library space that better supports learning, connection and community wellbeing. Now, Madam Chair, I do want to commend Councillor Howard's program for really supporting us as we have developed a temporary library space at the Bowls Club. And as Councillor Collier touched on, it has been so well received by the community. It has been fabulous. So I do want to say thank you to Councillor Howard's team for helping us ensure that we can continue the great services for our library network throughout the Morningside community. Now, we know that these upgrades will actually improve accessibility, comfort and convenience for both our residents and our staff. And I do want to pay kudos to Michael, Nadia and the entire Bulimba crew who have made this transition to the temporary library so very easy. They have done a fabulous job and I know the relationships they have there with the locals, they will continue, and I look forward to welcoming them back into the brand new Bulimba Library space. Now, Madam Chair, I did finally want to touch on the Dunlop Pool upgrade. Now, I am so excited, Madam Chair, to see this upgraded. I know the Dunlop Pool is not in my area, but I know many are local who visits the Dunlop Pool and it is a welcomed investment. I'm so excited to see more people back in that pool, particularly when it comes to summer. And I do want to say thank you to the Lord Mayor for making the investment in both Bulimba and Dunlop pools. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Madam Chair, I move that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adderman that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. When I think about this sinister Schrinner administration, I think about how they still haven't answered the question. Not only did the Lord Mayor not answer the question this morning about the 25% rates increase, but also Councillor Allen couldn't answer the question last term. And now we hear from Councillor Parry on behalf of the LNP administration that they have value for money in Clause A. Now, this is ridiculous because if you read the papers in Attachment A, it says 37 have proposed increases out of the 56 suppliers. Now, if we do the calculations, that means 66% of suppliers are putting their fees up. 66%. Now, can we go back and think about what they just said? The LNP claimed that this is value for money. This morning, 25%. Does the Lord Mayor, who's not even here right now, think that 25% is value for money? Does Councillor Allen think that he doesn't have to acknowledge the meeting minutes in which an exclusive meeting took place and think that's the right thing to do by this Brisbane City Council, a $3.9 billion budget, because it's value for money? 66%. That is the philosophy of this LNP council, who doesn't even read their own documents. They clearly don't read their minutes, they don't read their documents, and 66% in their eyes is value for money under this high tax, high cost of living LNP council. Now, I need to refer back to the Freudian slip by Councillor Adams last term, who said not every suburb doesn't need to have every opportunity for every
Point of order,
person.
Madam Chair.
This is coming from the former LNP deputy
Point of order,
mayor who's
Madam Chair.
about to interrupt
One moment,
against
please,
stopping
Councillor
the free...
Kim. One moment, please, Councillor Kim.
Speaking about reading the minutes...
Councillor, point of order, Councillor Adams.
Yeah, Councillor Kim is talking about reading the minutes through you, Madam Chair. I hope she's read the report and she could come back to it, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't uphold that point of order. Councillor Kim. Councillor Adams, please don't call out. Councillor Kim.
Sorry, will Councillor Adams be called out for using the word lies, Chair?
I'm just speaking. Councillor Kim, to the report.
Chair, it's funny that you laugh given Councillor Adams just used the word lies. That is improper conduct.
I didn't actually... No. I didn't hear it. If it was, I don't believe it said. Thank you, Councillor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
It's not open for debate. Point of order, Councillor.
So I just clarified. I didn't say anybody was lying. I said I don't like lies.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. If we can all resume, councillor. You finished, Councillor Collier? Your colleague would like to continue, I think, so if you can please refrain from calling out, that'd be great. Councillor Kim, to the report, please.
I will move on and get on with business, unlike the councillor who's not working on Glindeman Park, the arterial road where 4 lanes of traffic going across and a kid's getting hit by a bike without improvements done to this road. It's a design that's 20 years old and not even compliant anymore. This is coming from the LNP councillor who's sitting right there, neglecting her own duties and protecting her own residents. So I will move on now from this LNP councillor. But I have one thing in reference to the word that starts with an L. It's funny that the LNP believe they are truthful today, because I will just play something here, which is me calling.
By any chance, I just was hoping to speak to him about the situation.
This is me calling.
No, councillor, that's inappropriate. And if you've got something to say and speak on, please do so, councillor.
Is there a reason why you're turning my mic off?
Because I'm speaking, councillor. You should automatically stop. They shouldn't even be using your microphone when I am speaking. You have been speaking for 3 minutes. You have another 2 to talk on the report. For you to speak on the report, please.
The chair of this chair is silencing the truth. This chair turns off the microphone because I'm playing a recording of me calling the Lord Mayor's office, which leads to the contact centre.
Correct, Councillor Kim.
Let's
you know
rewind to
what
early.
is appropriate in this chamber, and I shouldn't have to keep explaining it to you. You've been here long enough. Please follow the protocols. Do you want to speak further to the report?
Absolutely, because
Great,
it's so
then stick
important.
to the report.
Let's go back to what the Lord Mayor said this morning. He has no idea what's going on with his contact centre. He said he wouldn't know anything. He didn't even remember the suburb of where the resident was from, even though it was said in the question.
Point of order, Councillor Toomey.
I'm pretty confident, Madam Chairman, that what the Lord Mayor said this morning is not in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Toomey. I don't uphold that as a point of order. Councillor Kim, please continue.
What he did say was when you get an estimate, you throw it out the window because it's never correct. Yeah. This is coming from the LNP Lord Mayor of a $3.9 billion budget who's absent today. He's absent earlier this year. Another interruption because I hate to hear
Madam
this.
Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Can Councillor Kim come back to the report, please?
Thank you. Okay. Councillor, excuse me. Councillor Kim, can you come back to the report, please?
Absolutely, I will, Councillor Cunningham, just as she should in relation to Jellicoe Street and
Through
not...
the chair, please, Councillor.
This LNP Council administration is ridiculous. 25% rate increase. And all the Lord Mayor has to say this morning is to deny.
Yeah.
To deny. The LNP are laughing because they think it's funny. I mean, that's how they've handled the last double decade of decline. This LNP, sinister LNP administration, 66%. These increases, what they believe is value for money. They are so out of touch. The Lord Mayor isn't here today. The Lord Mayor's not sitting here right now. He's not here for this debate. He only stays for 2 hours. And that's the kind of attitude that he shows this city after 20 years in power. The Algester residents say no to this Lord Mayor.
Further speakers. Councillor Toomey. Further speakers. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to contribute to the debate on item B, and I'll stick to the report, which is for noting in this place. With the 25-26 financial year now concluded, I'm very pleased to inform the Chamber that the Schrinner Council has invested over $1.2 billion with Brisbane businesses. $1.2 billion not spent in Australia, but spent right here in Brisbane.
Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnston. There's no need to yell out and repeat it. I heard you and I was coming to you.
Well, you didn't.
I was coming to you. If you can just be patient. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I'm sorry, I thought you said to speak up, Madam Chairman, earlier, but my mistake. There's no reference to $1.2 billion in this report before us today, and I'm sure you're going to bring it back.
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor Johnston. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, $1.2 billion, which is the total spend in contracts and tendering, and spent not in Australia, but spent right here in Brisbane, backing our local jobs. In June alone, 94% of council contracts were awarded to local suppliers. Now, as councillors know, the Schrinner Council has an 80% buy local policy that continues to go from strength to strength every year, with an 86.62% buy local spend at the end of the financial year.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment, please, Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I note that the Deputy Mayor is talking about the budget, the total expenditure on infrastructure in the budget. The items before us today are about a panel for procurement and the contracts and tendering report. The matters the Deputy Mayor is raising are not in the reports before us today, and as you browbeat Councillor Kim, you need to apply the same standard to the Deputy Mayor, who's just reading from a pre-prepared speech.
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor Johnston. Several councillors here today have been quite broad in their speeches. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in fact, I'll say it again, it's $1.2 billion over the 12 months of the 25-26 to the year ending the 30th of June, which is exactly what is in item B.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, the Deputy Mayor has again specifically stated that she is referring to 12 months' worth of expenditure. Yeah, this is about 1 month. It's for the report of June 2026. The Deputy Mayor is not being relevant, Madam Chair. You have been very specific with other councillors that they could not speak to anything other than the report. Why are you being biased and not applying the same rule about relevance to the Deputy Mayor?
I do not uphold your point of order, Councillor Johnston. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston. If it's the same, I hope it's not the same point of order.
No, it's not. But the first point of order is Councillor Cunningham's abusive comments towards me when I'm... That was the LNP councillors interjecting, Madam Chair. I know you can't hear it properly, but Councillor Cunningham...
You're not being nasty to me, are you, Councillor Johnston?
Excuse me?
It sounds like you're abusing me and being nasty and
Excuse me?
saying mistruths there. What is your point of order?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
You heard me.
I'm sorry.
What is your point of order?
I'm a little confused, Madam Chair. How am I being nasty to you? Madam Chairman, I think you should withdraw that statement. Yes. I don't believe I have been nasty to you. You've repeatedly just said, apparently, I'm being nasty to you. How am I being nasty to you, Madam Chair?
Still waiting for your point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I'm asking you, how am I being
one?
nasty to you, Madam Chair?
If you don't have one, take your seat.
Madam Chair, I definitely have more than one point of order now. But, Madam Chairman, you've made public statements on the record that somehow me saying point of order is being nasty to you. How am I being nasty to you, Madam Chair?
I'm not here to debate you, Councillor. Do you have a point of order? Councillor
So it's
Griffiths,
okay to stand up and it's okay to stand up and publicly abuse me by saying I'm being nasty to you.
That's right.
No, that's what you just did. Do you realise you just said it on the public record like 3 times?
You
You're
have
being
continuous vexatious points of order of the same thing and you keep attacking my ruling, Councillor. So, do you have a point
until you
of order?
Withdraw, Madam Chairman, until you withdraw, I don't think it's appropriate.
I absolutely am not.
Oh, okay. All right.
And if you do not have a point of order,
I have
resume your
multiple
seat.
points of order which I was trying to raise until you started abusing me. Right? So my first point of order, Madam Chair, is Councillor Cunningham loudly interjected, "Why are you being so rude?" All I did was stand up under the meeting's local law and Are you listening? Because you were very busy writing something there, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if you're listening to the point of order
I
I'm
can do
making.
2 things at once, Councillor.
Really?
Trust me.
Okay, thank you. So
Are you finished?
Councillor Cunningham very loudly interjected, "Why are you being so rude?" when I stood to make a point of order, Madam Chair. She loudly interjected and no action was taken. So I'm making a point of order about why you've taken no action against Councillor Cunningham's interjection.
I don't uphold your points of order, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Given that you have refused to act fairly with respect to applying the relevance rule, and given that you have repeatedly made false statements about me, saying I'm nasty repeatedly, I move that you have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct, and I think you should be removed from the chair, would be my view.
A motion has been moved by Councillor Johnston that I have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division. We need a division.
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Johnston. Seconded. Councillors. Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, as I was saying, our buy local policy in item B is paying dividends for local industry, and I know that there is much pride taken by Brisbane businesses in working to improve the community that we live in. It's also a clear reflection of the Lord Mayor's vision and commitment, together with the hard work of Brisbane businesses. In the report, we see our continued investment in the services that matter most to residents. The expanded Redcliffe Place markets held every Wednesday, maintenance of Brisbane's public art network, our gathering Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander performance program, Council CAD's discounted transport service, Dunlop Park Memorial Pool upgrade, the Bulimba Library refurbishment, but importantly and affectionately, for my local community, it's the Bill Hewitt Reserve toilet block construction. Over the years, Bill Hewitt Reserve has become a significant community space with an upgraded playground, fitness equipment, a fabulous learn-to-ride track for young riders, a shooter's box, and also through our dedication of important spaces, we have community gatherings at both Hannah's Place and at the Blue Tree. With all of these things, it's easy to see why more and more local families are spending more time enjoying the space and holding their events and celebrations there. Almost every Saturday morning I see a birthday in that park. So with more people spending time in the park, the addition of bathroom facilities means no more bush wheeze for kids, and I commend the report to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to also contribute to the debate, and this is particularly in relation to clause A and B. I suppose going through this, or going through these documents, I was just surprised at really the patch-up job that this is. What we're doing here is we have lost hundreds and hundreds of staff. We have lost hundreds and hundreds of very skilled employees under this Mayor's watch and under this Mayor's financial management. In fact, my understanding is 500 permanent staff have exited the organisation under Councillor Schrinner. And he's very proud of that. He's a proud Mayor, and he always talks about how the employees are the heart of the organisation, but he's also happy to knife them and slash them and get rid of them. And that's probably also reflected in the lack of morale in the organisation, which in my 23 years is at the lowest point I've ever seen. The lowest point I've ever seen for our council employees. And I think here what we have is a very concerning document. It's a document that's sourcing more work out, if it gets there. If it gets there, and this is the hatchet job here, if it gets there. And my understanding is there was, and I know the Lord Mayor produced a budget that had no figures in it. Sinister budget, second time round, no figures in the budget, but there was a lot of money tucked away there. There was a lot of money tucked away for LMP projects. I think $90 million is what I'm hearing. And these staff who are told you have to work for all councillors, staff who told you have to work for the residents of Brisbane, are being put in a situation where they're asked to be secretive, they've asked to hide information from councillors, they're being told you aren't to share this information with councillors. So I find this document very concerning that we've got rid of staff We've got rid of many staff, many skilled staff, and we're going to outsource this to the private sector. On top of that, we have a budget that contains a lot of projects that were never discussed, never raised, and never brought to this chamber. And what we now have is an administration, through the chairs, that are now implementing a budget and budget initiatives that were never discussed in this chamber. And this gives them further ability to do that. So I'm very concerned about this, Mayor. I'm very concerned about the way this 23-year-old administration is working. Staff are very concerned about the way this Mayor and this administration is working. And what I would say to staff who have morals and have a moral compass is believe in your moral compass and actually take it as a grassroots, gut-level thing, that if you're being asked to do something that's inappropriate, you should be reporting it. And if you're being asked to hide things from other councillors, if you're being asked to be secretive, then that is a really bad way for council to operate. In fact, that's not the way council should operate. And seeing the behaviour here, the toxic behaviour here in the chamber, and it is toxic, it's horrible to watch. This is not the way local government is meant to work. This is not what the residents of Brisbane want. And I just think Brisbane City Council can be and do so much more and so much better than the slop that we're being dished up now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rise to speak to item A, the significant contracting plan for infrastructure design consultancy services. This is a very simple panel arrangement, Madam Chair. Back on the 5th of October 2021, Council established a panel of design consultancies to support the infrastructure that this city needs. So transport projects, project management, property services, structural assessments, environmental and water, scientific assessments, a number of skill sets, hard skill sets that we don't necessarily have use for in council permanently, that we can flex up and down as projects come and go. 5 categories across 35 segments, everything from road engineers to heritage architects were employed under this panel arrangement. And what we have before us today is a variation to extend that panel, not a new tender, but an extension, because the panel that we have is already working and working really well. Infrastructure services alone accounts for 83% of the activity on this panel. And some of the names that we work with, you would be familiar with, Madam Chair: Arup, GHD, WSP, Oricon, Jacobs and Urbis are among the list. It is a who's who of Brisbane firms located here in Brisbane, but with international reach and international expertise helping to shape our city's future. There are 56 members on this panel who will help design the roads that we are building, who will help restore the structures that we value, and who will support the approvals that keep our projects moving. And 56 firms on the original panel of 58 put their hand up to keep going, which I think is a pretty good run rate, Madam Chair. It is a testament to our partnership with these firms, and it is a testament to how well this panel has been working for the City of Brisbane. This gives us depth, it gives us flexibility as 2032 fast approaches. We know there is significant work ahead, but we don't know, what we don't know yet, I should say, Madam Chair, is that what the full scope of the work that Council will be called on to deliver and to contribute to. This extension is about locking in the expertise, the capability and the capacity that we will need to deliver those projects and those programs into the future, which means we'll be ready to respond when those opportunities and responsibilities become clear. Now, Madam Chair, I've sat here and I've listened to the opposition's contribution on this, and there is a bit to go. Let's start with the number that they have been discussing ad nauseum here today, the 36 million. This is what this panel was estimated to cost back in 2021, and yes, that The actual spend came in well under that, and this figure was, of course, an estimate. Madam Chair. No, that's not, Councillor Wines. It was made in 2021 at the very start of the panel before a single order had been placed. It was never a budget. It was never a target. It was never a promise to spend. Establishing this arrangement did not commit council to a single dollar. What we can do is draw down against this when there is work, when there is actual funding attached. And so after we deliver our design jobs, of course, the spend comes down. And this panel is behaving exactly, as councillors on this side of the chamber have said, this panel is behaving exactly as it was intended to do. This panel is not a blank cheque. We use it as and when needed. And, you know, we face a lot of criticism from those opposite for outsourcing, but I tell you what, we don't need this panel when we are doing something that they constantly call on us to do, insourcing. So when we delivered, for example, the Viole Place bikeway, we did the design in-house, we did the build in-house with city standards expertise in both design and construction. So we didn't use the panel for that. So we only use the panel when we have to, Madam Chair. And we've had, I've never heard such wide-ranging debate on such a complex and uncomplicated topic as this, as we have heard this afternoon. Councillor Cassidy has been going on about bus stops. He's been talking about the lack of dining options in Brisbane. He's been talking about us having the worst traffic congestion in the city. In fact, we were the only city where traffic congestion actually got better in the last year. So he's wrong about that. He was talking about King George Square, Madam Chair. Councillor Griffiths was talking about the law being knifing council officers. He was talking about staff being asked to be secretive and once again provides no evidence for any of that. He was, had his tinfoil hat on once again. And then the most bizarre thing that Councillor Griffiths said was that staff should follow his moral compass. Well, Madam Chair, that would be a weird day indeed if the staff were to do that.
Time has
I hope that never happens, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? No further speakers. We'll now put, Lord Mayor, you're right of reply. We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 5 against and 2 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour and 6 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor, item C.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item C is the Urban Utilities Draft Water Net Serve Plan 2026, which relates to the planning assumptions endorsement request. And this specifically relates to urban utilities planning right across the area that it serves, which is 5 different councils, for projected population growth and business growth. And so effectively they're working with our planning team to look at projected numbers of homes being built in different areas, projected numbers of commercial premises and businesses being built in different areas so that they can plan network capacity accordingly. And so that's effectively what's going on here. And so you can see in the tables, it lists the different planning areas where there's expected to be growth, including projected number of dwellings per hectare in those areas. And this is something that each council does through the 5 council areas that are covered by urban utilities, and each council works with urban utilities to look at projected population growth. And so we've gone through the different as I said, growth areas in Brisbane City Council to look at projected dwellings per hectare and work through that process with urban utilities. And this is something that's updated as growth figures change as well. And obviously, we've been doing a lot of work in recent years in updating planning to provide the opportunity for more homes in the right places. And you can see that this document confirms where a lot of those new homes are going. And they're going in those growth areas around public transport, they're going in those growth areas in the inner city, they're going in those growth areas along major corridors and around shopping centres. And so I commend this report to the Chamber, and obviously we'll continue to update that as planning continues to evolve in this city.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause C before us today. And what we learned in that last debate was so far that the LNP have underspent on suburban infrastructure over the last 5 years. They're now buying pre-filled sandbags because there aren't enough staff in council to fill them during disasters anymore, and the Lord Mayor believes only city-bound bus stations deserve the gold standard and everyone else can miss out. So be very interested to hear what the debate will throw up on this one from LNP councillors, because the Lord Mayor just sort of read, I guess, the top line figures and the talking points about this investment in infrastructure over the next 20 years from urban utilities. And let's not forget that this isn't a water company that just covers 5 council areas, as the Lord Mayor sort of said as an offhand comment. It is also owned by those 5 councils, and Brisbane City Council is an 85% shareholder in urban utilities. So you can understand how important this planning is for our council, for our ratepayers, and for residents who live in Brisbane. So this is the plan, the infrastructure plan for urban utilities for the next 20 years. They're essentially checking that their plan matches with Council's LGIP, the Local Government Infrastructure Plan. And after some back and forth, we read, since April, council officers said those plans are consistent. It's looking at water supply, wastewater, infrastructure work, connections, infrastructure charges, important services as our city grows. Makes sense in theory when you look at that and you read the words that are on the paper before us there, but the plan doesn't actually detail projects and actual investment in the kind of infrastructure upgrades that people need. And there's a bit of a common theme here as emerging in today's debate. The previous debate, there's no actual projects talked about, and the Lord Mayor's announcement around the Kedron Brook plan today, no actual projects listed in there, and before us today, no actual projects from a company that we own 85% of. According to this plan by Urban Utilities, Brisbane will have an additional 355,000 residents by 2046 and almost 148,000 additional dwellings compared to 2021. Now, these figures are far more conservative than the Lord Mayor's own projections. They don't match what our Lord Mayor has been saying publicly and here in the council chamber. So maybe Urban Utilities have a better insight into what can actually be achieved in their planning rather than what the Lord Mayor has been announcing as part of planning scheme changes and part of his running commentary on his appeal for federal funding in a publicly released document, and his budget advocacy of the federal government, and his oh wait, he didn't do one for the state government. We forgot he didn't write to the state treasurer asking for any investment in Brisbane.
How's that for leadership?
So what we know is that wastewater and water supply must keep pace with growth. Yeah. So some key issues we hear from residents around precinct plans, for instance, is just this, and this is one of the big ones that people raise. Doesn't matter where you are, whether it's in Sandgate, whether it's in Nunda, whether it's in Mount Gravatt, or whether it's at a town hall meeting with 300 people out at Wynnum that I attended, where people consistently raise time and time again their concerns about the infrastructure that is currently in place that doesn't meet the needs of people living there in Wynnum today, let alone with thousands of extra people and that their planned increased density in the area. And the response from both the local councillor, Councillor Alex Givney, and the chair of the City Planning Committee that night, Councillor Adam Allen, was to simply just pop those comments in your feedback for the precinct plan.
Noted.
So if you have concerns about overflowing sewer systems, if you have concerns about lack of water pressure, you have concerns about all these things that are the responsibility of Urban Utilities, which is owned by Brisbane City Council, just pop them in, drop a pin, pop them in some comments to the planning team within Brisbane City Council. And where did they go? Where did they go? Were those concerns raised with Urban Utilities through this process we see before us today?
I'm going to hazard a guess, no.
I suspect not. So what we know is that Brisbane City Council has taken $1 billion in profits from Urban Utilities in the last 5 years.
Yep.
So this council, this Lord Mayor, has received $1 billion in profits that have been paid by every single water account holder in Brisbane. We'll get our rates accounts if we own property, and then at a similar time within the week, for that quarter, we also get our water bill from Urban Utilities. And every time you pay that, whether you are an owner-occupier, or whether you own an investment property, or whether you own a business in Brisbane, you know that over the last 5 years, $1 billion of those payments you have made have come to Brisbane City Council as profits. And so what has the public been getting in return? We know it's ageing infrastructure. Urban Utilities needs to take responsibility. They do have questions to answer around their long-term maintenance on infrastructure. I know from local experience as a councillor, and the Lord Mayor knows this too, this is not new information to him, that much of Urban Utilities' water treatment infrastructure in Brisbane is ageing and in need of significant upgrades. Now, if the Lord Mayor is confident that this document will address the persistent issue of sewage in our waterways and river, is the Lord Mayor confident that the billions of dollars of treatment plant and water network upgrades will be completed to ensure the health and safety of our communities? He didn't really say any of that in his opening remarks, so hopefully he will answer them in summing up, because if there is someone that is ultimately responsible for all of this, here it is this Lord Mayor. Because as I said, Council and his administration is the 85% shareholder in Urban Utilities. We collectively here are not part of these discussions and decisions as councillors. The LNP treat those decisions here today in this chamber as a fait accompli, because the Lord Mayor ticked off all of these arrangements last week in secret and ENC. How do we know that? If we look at the attachments before us today, they're quite concerning. And we know from recent debate that the LNP are trying to silence the opposition in here, many people are saying democracy is dead here in City Hall. Well, what's interesting here is that in the attachments, which we got last Thursday, there's a letter from Council to Urban Utilities with today's date on it, which says it's ready to go and it's signed off. Wow. And we haven't voted on it yet, as far as I know. Maybe did that pass me by while we're sitting here? I don't think we've had the vote on this yet. So the LNP are working on an assumption that things will all just go through this afternoon with no amendments or changes, and I guess there's no way that councillors under the Lord Mayor's regime over there would ever vote against him. We've tested that quite a few times. So I guess you can just assume that it's just going to go through. But it does raise serious concerns about not just process and democracy in this place and accountability and transparency, but also more broadly around accountability and transparency and how money is being spent. This is all public money. Urban Utilities is not a private company. It's owned by a government, and they should be accountable to the people who pay their bills each and every quarter about what investments are being made, and more accountable than just a 4-page glossy brochure that goes out 4 times a year, which talks about a couple of projects that Urban Utilities is undertaking. There needs to be more accountability around that, and accountability around how those services, which a lot of people take for granted, that you can turn a tap on and clean water comes out and you can press a button and a toilet flushes that waste water away. Those things don't happen by accident. They do in countries around the world. A lot of people don't have access to that. They take a lot of work and a lot of commitment and a lot of dedication by a lot of water workers that work in urban utilities. But in terms of decision-making about where money is being spent on what projects, where that money is being taken from them and given to Brisbane City Council as profits, should be more open and should be more transparent. We shouldn't just be given a set of papers on a Thursday that the LNP have already ticked off the week before at ENC with post-dated letters being sent to Urban Utilities saying, essentially, there was no discussion at Council. Essentially assuming that there were no problems raised by any councillors other than the Lord Mayor, because apparently they don't matter to this process. Decisions happening entirely in a vacuum. So if something does go wrong with our sewage treatment plants or water supply in the future, we all know who made that decision here today.
Further speakers, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. And I rise to speak on item C regarding Urban Utilities Draft Water Net Serve Plan 2026. This is an important piece of infrastructure planning for Brisbane. The Water Net Serve Plan is Urban Utilities' primary regulatory document for planning our drinking water and wastewater networks, managing connection policy and guiding infrastructure charging. And as Brisbane continues to grow and change, it is absolutely essential that Council and Urban Utilities remain closely aligned in how we plan for that growth. We cannot plan for new homes, new communities, urban and suburban renewal without also planning for the water and wastewater infrastructure needs to support them. Chair, Council officers have undertaken a detailed review of the draft plan and have confirmed a strong level of consistency between Urban Utilities' planning assumptions and Council's local government infrastructure plan. There is a small number of minor administrative matters that have been identified for rectification, but they will not prevent Council from endorsing this draft plan. Chair, Brisbane's planning continues to evolve, and we will continue to undertake land use and precinct planning, including through our urban and suburban renewal programs. That does not mean infrastructure planning should simply stop until the next LGIP review. It's quite the opposite. It reinforces why ongoing collaboration between Council and Urban Utilities is so important. So emerging growth areas can be identified, infrastructure challenges can be dealt with early, and investment can be coordinated effectively. Chair, it goes without saying how important the ongoing work Urban Utilities continues to undertake in maintaining and upgrading our existing local infrastructure. Chair, through you, unlike Councillor Cassidy, who has spent a lot of time complaining about the lack of ageing infrastructure and the works being conducted by Urban Utilities, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Urban Utilities and their team, Beverly Morton and Chris McCulloch, for their ongoing support and engagement with the Walter Taylor community. A particularly significant win has been the upgrade to the ageing infrastructure of the pump station at Perrin Park. This has been following severe weather events that have impacted the park. The community is extremely grateful to see this upgrade completed. Over the past few months, I've remained in regular communication with Chris and the Urban Utilities team regarding works across our local area. This month, we are seeing upgrades underway in Toowong, including Croydon Street, Milton Road and Morley Street. In July, I was also grateful for the ongoing communication regarding works at Robertson Park in Indooroopilly at another pump station location, while in June, investigation works were completed at Norwood Street in Toowong. These ongoing investigations are essential to ensuring our ageing infrastructure remains reliable, resilient, and capable of supporting our growing community. Chair, ultimately, this recommendation is about good planning. It's about ensuring that essential infrastructure keeps pace with Brisbane's growth. It's about coordinating public infrastructure investment so that it is delivered in the right places at the right time and in cost-effective ways. And it's about ensuring Council continues to advocate for practical connection policies that support our communities while protecting the capacity and reliability of our water and wastewater networks. That is what sensible and responsible approach looks like. Chair, I commend item C to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I'm not going to paint as rosy a picture with Urban Utilities as Councillor Wolf, and let me explain. I was going through the list looking at the various projects, and I came across the words Ellen Grove. And I thought, oh, I have been pushing for this forever. And Councillor Wines knows, and of course Councillor Murphy's finding out, that Ellen Grove, the acreage of Ellen Grove, has been crying out for sewage connection somewhere, whether it be Carroll Park or whether it be Wakehall. So I looked at the two projects they have, and it's Carroll Park, and I'm thinking, well, that makes sense. It's closer. Fantastic. So let's just have a look. So they want to upgrade the water treatment at Carroll Park, but that won't happen until 2027, which is good. It's only next year. But to do something with the sewage, they have to build up a storage plant to facilitate that sewage and to release it into well, somewhere, I assume, but treated. But that won't take place until 2035, 3 years after the Olympics. And then it won't become operational until 2 years later. So we're talking about a decade before the acreage of Ellen Grove can be developed properly, right? Because sewage is the big issue. Is the big issue. 2 kilometers square green space, right? That's got about 60 or 70 houses on 2.5 acre blocks, right? And developers have been waiting for over a decade since the capacity of Carroll Park topped out during Councillor Milton Dick's time, right? And developers who've been developing or subdividing in the acreage of Forest Lake, not Ellen Grove, but Forest Lake, had to build a $5 million pumping station in order for that development to happen, because there was no capacity at Carroll Park and there was no connection to Wakehall. So I think, honestly, urban utilities have really let my area down, my ward down, as far as affordable housing, potential affordable houses here in the acreage of Ellen Grove. 25 to 30 minutes drive to Brisbane CBD. That's how close we are because of all the highways. We have that infrastructure, it's there. We got the train that's there as well, right? But it's just ready to be developed, but we just keep ignoring it. We're really, urban utilities is I think they're incompetent in this particular project because it's just going to take too long. They've kicked it down the road. And we, as a council, being 85% shareholder, we should be actually saying, this is just not on. A decade before it becomes operational is not on. But I don't trust this council to do that, even though you're an 85% shareholder. It's just unbelievable. I just thought we finally solved the problem, and it will be solved, but 10 years? Seriously? So when the Lord Mayor says we must do everything we can to help, or to control, not control the population growth, but to manage that population growth, the right homes in the right place, well, they failed. They failed in this particular instance here in the Ellen Grove suburb, and there's going to be a lot of disappointment when I tell the residents of Ellen Grove, as well as the residents that would love to continue to live locally, right, in an affordable house, right, which is actually being developed just down the road in the Woodvale acreage area, right. There are about 150 homes going down there. I don't think they're going to be happy. Not happy with this Lord Mayor at the next election, honestly.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on item C. This item before us today demonstrates everything that is wrong with the corporatisation of Brisbane City Council. We know that Council has been engaged for the best part of a year on discussions with UU about this plan. And certainly it's had the draft plan or parts of the draft plan since April, so, 4 months or more. We get literally 2 days and the weekend to look at it. Now, far from what Councillor Wolf was saying, and honestly, thank you for AI for writing her speech, but this plan does not closely align with growing areas of our city. This plan does not talk about infrastructure. It does not talk about making sure that infrastructure can't happen without the necessary water and sewerage upgrades that are needed. I want to put on the record some very serious concerns about what's been proposed here, and this is why. The documents contain a number of planning assumptions depending on your zoning in city plan. Now, that zoning in city plan is technically also supported by the LGIP, but we know the LGIP is a political document. We know, and I know from a council officer telling me that when Julian Simmons was the planning chair, he said get rid of all LGIP projects from Tennyson Ward, and he did. We didn't have any. We've got a few in there now, but they do not reflect the actual need we have in our community. So one, essential services like water, sewerage and stormwater that council does are not marrying up with where and how growth is happening. It's certainly not reflective of the age of assets, which in my area are extremely old, because it's a very old part of Brisbane. But here's the worst problem, right? Because the flaw is in the methodology, which is in the report. This works on a number of assumptions about dwellings per hectare, and it works on your zoning. So, for example, in a high-density residential area, for example, in Councillor Howard's ward or perhaps parts of Councillor Massey's ward, it is 408 residential dwellings per hectare. In an emerging community zone, which Councillor Kim may have, which I have, it's 18 dwellings per hectare. Now, there's a big difference there between high density and emerging communities. So let's look at what council is doing in the emerging communities zone in Yurong-Pili, which is not mentioned in here whatsoever. And here's where the problem is. Council is allowing a 26-storey high-rise building with hundreds of dwellings, and that'll probably change over the course of the life of the development. Hundreds of dwellings. This says the planning assumption for that area is there'll be 18 dwellings per hectare. Now, council is approving developments that are way beyond the scope of what city plan intends for those areas. It is happening every day in my ward, and Yurong-Pili is an egregious example of it, where there is a set master plan with set limits, with infrastructure assumptions based on approvals that reflect those limits. That is not what is happening. So this area is going to have huge numbers of high-rise buildings because Consolidated want 5 of them. They said that very openly to the community. In some areas it's only zoned for 2 stories, but they want 5 25-storey high towers in an area that the planning assumption is for 18 dwellings per hectare. Now, the infrastructure needed to match up with that will never match up, because a high-density area, it's 408 dwellings per hectare, and in the emerging community zone, it's 18. So we are going to have high-density dwellings with infrastructure that was not designed to support it. That has been a fundamental and a huge problem in my area. We also have the LNP putting huge retail and commercial developments into low-density areas, significantly adding
Councillor
to
Johnson,
pressure.
your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I just want to make a contribution about the draft water net serve plan for urban utilities. Like I said earlier today, you know, the number one issue facing every single community, every single council ward, and should be something that every single councillor in this place have a laser-like focus on, is how, as a council, we cater for the growth that is happening right now and will be happening for years and years and years to come for all of our communities. Not because you know, it's like the right thing to do, but it is because it's what our community is asking of us every single day. I have these conversations with residents all the time, and they want to know, what is council doing to make sure that we are planning for and addressing the growth that we are seeing in every single suburb of Brisbane? And you know, urban utilities and the role that they have to play in this can't be understated. It is a huge thing that they do, servicing the wastewater needs of our growing city. And so this is a document of critical importance. Now, we've heard from councillors who have been let down by the lack of investment right now. And so when we're looking at a plan that looks to the future and we're not seeing the sort of investment that we think our communities need, you have to have some concerns. You have to have some very real concerns. And what is more concerning than the plan itself and the issues that aren't addressed is the lack of leadership. The lack of leadership from this Brisbane LNP Lord Mayor and his Deputy Mayor, downplaying the importance of council's role as a major shareholder of urban utilities. And we know that this is a pattern of behaviour we have seen when it comes to arrangements like this, because where were the LNP when urban utilities admin and tech support workers were asking for better pay and conditions? Where were they? They were dead silent on that issue, kind of like how they haven't stood up for the Brisbane River City Ferries staff who are currently on strike. They've been on strike for two Fridays in a row, demanding better pay and conditions. And so those examples definitely don't fill me with hope that when it's needed, when the staff need us or when the people of Brisbane need us, that the LNP are going to stand up to these communities and make sure that Brisbane gets a fair deal and gets what it deserves, whether it's better pay and conditions for the staff who deliver these services, whether it's the infrastructure that our growing communities need. So we've seen this. It's a tale as old as time from the LNP, and we've come to expect nothing more after 22 years. 22 years in charge of City Hall, running this place. The LNP have no leadership and no vision for the future.
Further speakers? No. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item C, the Urban Utilities Draft Water Net Serve Plan 2026. And in this particular instance, we're looking at their planning assumptions being endorsed. So they're seeking council endorsement of the assumptions they've used. The requirement, as I think the Lord Mayor may have mentioned earlier, is that all local governments are required to endorse the planning assumptions that you use to develop their plan. The Draft Water Net Serve Plan Part A is an important strategic document that helps guide the planning and delivery of drinking water and wastewater infrastructure across southeast Queensland. While much of this infrastructure is out of sight, it plays a crucial role in supporting the homes, businesses and communities we rely on every day. Before the plan can be formally adopted, each participating local government is required to review the document and confirm that it aligns with the planning assumptions for its area. This process helps ensure that infrastructure planning reflects local growth expectations and community needs. Council officers have undertaken a detailed review of the draft plan and found a very strong alignment with Brisbane's local government infrastructure plan. This is a positive outcome and reflects the ongoing collaboration between council and urban utilities in planning for the city's future. And I'd just like to highlight there is an ongoing engagement and collaboration with urban utilities. It doesn't stop at this particular plan. As Brisbane continues to grow, coordinated infrastructure planning becomes increasingly important. More people choosing to live in our city means greater demand for homes, services, parks, transport networks and essential water and wastewater infrastructure. Residents rightly expect these services to be reliable, efficient and ready to support their communities both now and into the future. That is why alignment between council and urban utilities matters. When our planning assumptions are consistent, it allows infrastructure investment to be targeted where growth is expected. It provides greater certainty for residents, businesses and the development industry. It also helps ensure that crucial infrastructure is delivered when it's needed, supporting sustainable growth across our city. Good planning is about looking ahead and preparing for the future. It's about making sure that infrastructure keeps pace with growth and that new communities have access to the services they need. It is also about ensuring existing communities continue to receive the reliable services they depend on every day. Through its review, Council identified a small number of minor administrative matters where further clarification would be beneficial. These matters are not significant and do not affect the overall findings of consistency. Council officers will raise these issues with urban utilities so they can be considered and addressed as part of the finalisation of the plan. Overall, this assessment confirms that the draft Water Net Serve Plan is consistent with Council's planning assumptions and supports a coordinated and integrated approach to infrastructure planning. And just to touch upon a couple of points that Councillor Cassidy made, as I noted, you are engaged and are aware of Brisbane City Council city plan initiatives. Our suburban renewal precincts are obviously, we engage urban utilities on those plans, and I would note that urban utilities are part of our city plan reference group. So they are actively engaged right through our key planning initiatives. Councillor Cassidy also said that there were no projects listed. Well, in fact, there are quite a large number of projects listed in the document, and in fact, Councillor Strunk and Councillor Johnston referenced those projects. So, in conclusion, I do note Councillor Strunk's point about Ellen Grove, and we will raise that with the appropriate authorities. But as I mentioned, in conclusion, this is a practical step in aligning urban utilities infrastructure planning with our growth expectations around the city, and I commend this item to the Chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? No further speakers. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Wines, Public Transport Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting held on the 4th of August 2026 be adopted.
Seconded, Madam Chairman.
Has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 4th of August 2026 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Last week the committee heard a presentation on e-mobility, and it's a scheme that's grown significantly since it was first commenced in 2018 through that initial trial of what was then 500 e-scooters. Since that time, shared e-mobility has become a key active transport option for residents and visitors alike travelling across the inner city and sometimes beyond. As of 2026, there's now 7,100 shared e-mobility devices available for hire across our city. Since the scheme began, there's been more than 22.7 million shared e-mobility trips, including 4.5 million trips in the 25-26 year alone. This represents a 27% increase on the previous financial year, with an average of 12,300 e-mobility trips being taken each day. Unsurprisingly, the highest demand continues to be seen within the inner city areas of the Brisbane CBD, West End and Kangaroo Point, where shared e-mobility plays an important role in supporting short, convenient trips. E-mobility is increasingly being used as part of a broader transport journey, helping people connect to bus and train services, get to events, access employment and move around our inner city precincts without a car. The committee was also updated on Council's collaboration with the University of Queensland's and iMove Australia project, an 8-month study examining e-mobility use around Albion Railway Station, for example, and its role in the first mile, last mile connections, and it found main benefits included convenience, usability and enjoyment, while highlighting the need for regulation, enforcement, education and infrastructure. Of course, those 4 principles were reflected in both our written and our verbal presentations to the state government when they considered the recent changes to electric devices, of which the principal concern for those was privately owned e-mobility devices. Some of the changes that the state proposed have affected e-mobility here in Brisbane. However, the main, I suppose, for want of a better word, main target and the main concern was those privately held, internationally imported devices, which are much more powerful and much more have much greater range than the shared scheme that the Brisbane City Council oversees. So also we heard about parking hubs, and there have of course been two types of parking hubs. There's virtual hubs in our geo-fenced areas, and there's the physical hubs. So the physical hubs, hopefully people have seen them. They are areas marked out on the street where we encourage people, well, I should say that differently. We require people to leave their e-mobility devices in the shared scheme. And the geo-fenced type are the ones that you can see with your phone. So the way I always describe it to people, it's kind of like if you ever played Pokemon Go and you sort of have to put the camera on and kind of appears over here. So the benefit of the physical hubs, though, which I believe to be superior, is that they inform not only the user but the non-user of the correct place for these to go, and maintain order and have a collection point that maintains the correct through fare for people in the footpath. They're two of the largest concerns that come with e-mobility: neatness and cleanliness, preservation of the through fare for everybody else. So that's one of the reasons that we're rolling those out. The shared e-mobility is now an established part of the Brisbane network. I acknowledge not everybody loves it, but some people do very much. And it's supporting millions of trips each and every year, helping connect people and do what is, to get around what is an increasingly vibrant and engaging city. I look forward to contributions from other councillors.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak briefly on e-mobility. And I just want to note, I remember this debate from, 8 years ago now, and I didn't support, I think it was first brought forward as a trial at that stage. And the reasons I gave were safety, worry about speed, all those things, all of which have proved to be so true. This is the number one issue that doctors in hospitals are concerned about, is the level of accidents from e-mobility scooters. But what I want to say today is the very issues that were a problem 8 years ago are still an issue today because of this council's failure to properly control and manage the contracts with the providers. Now, we know there's been serious fraud. We've ditched some providers, some have come back, all of those kind of things. But it's this issue. Number 6 in the Transport Committee report. There are two types of parking hubs. Not in my observation, but let's say they are the virtual hubs, which are designated geo-fenced areas shown up on the operator's app. And 2, physical hubs, which include physical line markings to specify precisely where users should park their device. Number 1, just on Monday, when going to check on a local parks project, I had to move, and these scooters are super heavy, a scooter that was directly parked at the Fairfield Rail Station overpass. I had to move it from the bottom of the stairs where some careless rider had left it for somebody to trip over. It was a significant problem. You can't call council because they won't take the calls. There is obviously no penalty for these people because these geo-hubs either don't exist in the suburbs, I think they are fake, I just don't believe they exist, because according to how the geo-hubs should work, you should be being charged if you don't return your scooter to a geo-hub. Or you can be penalised in some other way. So clearly that's not happening because people are dumping scooters everywhere. Yes. Dumped on footpaths, dumped in shopping centres. They're down on the ground. You have to walk around them. You can't get around them if you have a mobility device or you're in a wheelchair. So this is just not true. That's the only way I can describe it. It is not true. Virtual hubs do not exist because if they existed, either riders are getting fined massively and they wouldn't be doing it, or we would see bikes neatly parked in specific locations, and that is not happening. So these virtual hubs just don't exist. Then we look at physical hubs, physical line markings to specify precisely where users should park their device. And where would that be on our footpaths? Where would that be? I mean, on the grass at an intersection on a corner where people have to pass each other because the footpath is 1 metre wide, directly in front of the train station? No, there's no bike parking, there's barely any pedestrian facilities. So where are we going to be putting these scooter parking things out in the suburbs? Because I can tell you now, we don't have any space for them in the areas that I represent, and where they are being left is dangerous, it is unsafe. I'm sure it would be a breach of their contract, but this council won't do anything about it. Nothing. This council had to find out from the media in another state that there'd been fraud on the contract with the last provider. There's no active management of these contracts happening, and the people who are being put at risk are pedestrians, cyclists, the elderly, every single day, because this council will not put some safeguards around how these e-scooters are being used in our community. Pedestrians should not have to trip over them when trying to walk to a rail station or walk on a footpath. That should not be happening. And we shouldn't have a contract with these people if we cannot make sure that safety is the first priority. Now, the state government has made some changes, but if you get hit by a 25-kilometre-an-hour scooter, it's still going to hurt you pretty bad. And from what I can see, people are speeding around on scooters, private scooters anyway. But this council has let our community down. These things just don't exist. And our community is at risk because of this LNP's negligent management of these e-scooter contracts.
Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to make a few remarks about this e-mobility update that the Public Transport Committee received last week. And I guess it's always interesting to think back to what the intent of bringing these devices into Brisbane was at the time, which was to assist with sort of the final mile and reduce car parking issues around key public transport hubs. And I can tell you right now that that is not working. That is absolutely not the case. And, you know, you go down to Bulimba Ferry Terminal and there are less car parks than ever before, and there are e-scooters strewn across the footpath. And yet again, it's a theme for today, really, for the LNP, is that there seems to be no leadership and no willingness to actually step up and crack the whip and say, you've got to sort this out, because so many residents from all parts of Brisbane are complaining. They're complaining about the fact that hired e-mobility devices are left across footpaths, creating accessibility issues. I mean, I have a local resident who's blind deaf, and she is constantly calling my office asking for help because, you know, the same thing happens every time. You ring the call centre says, no, you've got to go to the private hirer, and they say, oh, we'll come and get it in a day. In a day. Well, that doesn't help you when you're pushing the pram, or you're trying to get to the shops, or you're trying to get to the city cat or the bus to get around. And so why won't council and the LNP and this Lord Mayor take a more active role? Then, of course, there's the other issues which this committee report didn't really delve into, but is so important when we're talking about e-mobility devices, and that is the fact that we know that council receives a lot of money, a lot of money for the commercial arrangements with these hired e-mobility devices, and won't invest that in the infrastructure to make sure that people can move around safely, whether it's making sure that there are dedicated parking bays, whether it's separated active transport and active travel lanes. We've talked about it earlier today, you know, the LNP's big active travel spend is one green bridge in the inner city. Well, that doesn't help people in the suburbs of Brisbane. I think we heard that it was over 100 suburbs in Brisbane now have permission for commercial operators to operate hired e-mobility devices. What we are not seeing from the LNP is investment in the infrastructure to support it. I mean, for goodness sake, how many streets in Brisbane don't even have a footpath to ride on?
We've got 100.
Yep, Councillor Griffiths has got a list of 100 footpaths waiting for construction. Yep, there's no footpaths in Pallara either, or shared paths. I also found it really interesting, the part of the report that spoke about, you know, the Queensland government's reforms. You know, this was this whole big, long, protracted exercise through the LNP state government to try and address what is a legitimate community concern, and they were dead set, we've got this right, you know, we're going to crack down and everything's going to be hunky-dory. And then the legislation's passed and, oh, what does it say here? The Queensland government's e-mobility reforms have had minimal impact on Brisbane's e-mobility operators. So apparently, once again, according to the LNP and council, the LNP at the state government, everything's all fine. We live in utopia. There's no issues with these hired e-mobility devices. We only have to step outside City Hall and see there are devices strewn all over the streets. There are people who are operating these devices in an unsafe way, unfortunately. There was only very recently an incident in my local community where a police officer was struck by an e-mobility device. So there is just so much more that needs to be done in this space. If we're going to accept, you know, I can't say exactly how much because it's commercial in confidence, but if council is happily going to accept a lot of money, we need to ensure that that money is going directly back into addressing what is a genuine and real community problem. But once again, from the LNP, we don't have any leadership. They just say it's someone else's problem. Yet again, after 22 years, this is the best they've got.
Further speakers? No further speakers. We'll put that... Oh, sorry, Councillor. No. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillor Murphy, Infrastructure Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the infrastructure...
A moment, please. Point of order, Councillor Strunk.
I'd like to move that that item A be taken as serial item for voting.
Councillor Murphy. Just one moment.
It's all good, Councillor Strunk. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting from the 4th of August be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Parry that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 4th of August 2026 be adopted, and we will take item A separately for voting. Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to the Infrastructure Committee report of 4th of August. Last week's meeting covered a broad mix of issues facing Brisbane residents, as often is the case in our Infrastructure Committee meeting. We had active transport, parking and traffic management. Before that, we had a tremendous presentation from Tom Peters on the Sharpston Avenue Bikeway. This project will deliver a 1.2 kilometre active transport corridor which will link Kangaroo Point through to East Brisbane and the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. It's been designed to provide a safe, separated corridor for people who are walking, riding and scooting between the eastern suburbs and the CBD. This project will close an important missing link in Brisbane's active transport network, and it will strengthen the connection between Kangaroo Point Bridge and the Wynnum Road shared path all the way up to the Canning Bridge in Councillor Collier's ward. The committee heard about proposed crossing upgrades, safety improvements and intersection changes that will improve connectivity while balancing the needs of all road users. Preliminary design is nearing completion. Detailed design is expected later this year. Construction is targeted to commence early in 2027. The great thing about Sharpston Avenue is, of course, that it builds on what this administration has already achieved in active transport, and I was talking about that earlier in question time. And will connect directly with our Kangaroo Point Bridge. It will extend the protected bikeways that are here in Brisbane even further, including Melbourne Street at the other end of the alignment. I'm looking forward to seeing this project progress. Of course, we also had 6 petitions come through the committee for consideration. matters that are important, of course, to the petitioners and those local communities. We considered a petition signed by 54 residents requesting we reconsider closure of temporary access at 295 Handford Road in Tagum. I understand residents here enjoyed temporary direct access to the main road. It was quite convenient for them during construction of a development. However, that has ended. So that access arrangement was meant to be temporary. It's now reverted back to a side street. We considered a petition from 22 residents requesting additional vegetation, maintenance and construction of a footpath along Rafting Ground Road in Brookfield. We had another petition in Coopers Plain seeking a second parking usage assessment around Middle Street and Musgrave Road. There was another petition around the parking impacts associated with the QE2 Hospital Precinct multi-level car park upgrade, which is affecting on-street parking spaces in and around Coopers Plains and Councillor Griffith's ward. We also had some discussion around parking, formal marked parking bays on Victor Street, Wilbur Street and Geelong Avenue in Holland Park. And then a petition request about the completion of Beams Road and some traffic change requests there, which you'd be familiar with, Madam Chair. And then finally a petition requesting us to pause the local area traffic management project on Walter and Emma Streets in Holland Park West, which we will not be doing. So, Madam Chair, in closing, it was a good committee meeting, a meaty agenda. I'm very pleased to support the report for debate in the chamber and recommend it.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. It's interesting to hear Councillor Murphy say on all these petitions, 6 petitions, that all of these topics he thought were of great importance to the people who lodged the petitions and signed the petitions, and then rejected every single one of those requests.
Yeah.
It was no, 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 no from the LNP for all of these requests. And I want to speak on a couple of them, starting with item B, which is the petition requesting council reconsider closing the access at 295 Handford Road, Tagum. There was a bit more than just temporary access. We're talking many years. People had access in and out of a townhouse development at 295 Handford Road. Quite a lot of townhouses there built in the last 5 or 6 years. According to the Lord Mayor, they don't exist, though. What? As you'll remember, the Lord Mayor went out to my ward recently and was reported in the Sanger Guide as having said that in the last 5 years, only something like 16 new homes were built in the Deagon ward. Well, I can tell you, there's more than that here at 295 Handford Road, Tagum, and all those people enjoyed access and largely had no understanding that when they purchased these properties through the real estate agent, that access was going to be shut off. Now, it's more than just, the case is different than just saying it's now into a side street. That side street has hundreds and will have more and more properties accessing it. It is extremely narrow. What council approved there was the minimum width there with no provision for on-street parking, and it's been so bad, in fact, that we've had to have on-site meetings there on multiple occasions with representatives from body corporates from multiple different developments on this so-called side street, and put in place quite significant restrictions because, lo and behold, fire trucks, ambulances and garbage trucks couldn't access these developments. Now, there's still a problem of people ignoring those yellow lines and parking restrictions put in there. So you can understand why people at 295 Handford Road, Tagum, had concerns not just about access in and out for themselves, which of course is convenient because it was a direct driveway access, and didn't really impede the function of Handford Road at all. You can imagine living in there knowing that there was access directly to your place if you're in need of emergency services, and now knowing that there have been instances where that has been blocked. Access to that has been blocked. So I think the request from these people is more than Councillor Murphy described as a sort of just an inconvenience for them, and they enjoyed something in a sort of temporary sense. This is something that for some people there, they live with for the entire time that they've owned their property or rented their property there at 295 Hanford Road. So I didn't support the recommendation from council and do support the people here. And this is becoming more and more common in that a sort of policy exists at some level of council that informs development decisions that in all cases access should only be limited to side and back streets as they've been described here today. And there's no wiggle room in that. There's no way that that can be assessed against a criteria. And I just think that's a bit wrong. There should be more flexibility around that. We're not talking about, thousands of people entering and exiting several driveways that are close together that would sort of ruin the function of a road. We're talking about a very specific circumstance here, and I just don't think that that was properly considered by council and has been totally dismissed by Councillor Murphy here today in his comments. Item G, the petition requesting council pause the local area traffic management project for Walter and Emma Streets, Holland Park West, until further community consultation is completed. I've spoken to plenty of people in the Emma Street precinct who are very unhappy with their local councillor, Councillor Krista Adams, who has a particularly vested interest in this precinct, And so what people saw happen in this precinct is that a consultation was done many, many years ago, and a particular set of designs was presented to the community and consulted on. And then many years later, a few months ago, this precinct was being undertaken with completely different designs and locations, and speed platforms are put in different streets, removed from out the front of some people's houses and put in front of other people's houses. So consultation is critical, and I can't believe that this local LNP council has failed so badly to properly consult the community and not advocate to the Lord Mayor and to the chair of that committee, to the CEO, to anybody to raise these concerns. And there's people here are copping massive rates increases, and they're not getting the representation they deserve.
Your time has expired. Further speakers. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A in the report. The Shreena Council has released the preliminary design for the 1.2 kilometre upgrade to deliver what will be a dedicated two-way bikeway and a separate footpath along Shafteston Avenue. The route will run from Deakin Street at Kangaroo Point through to Mowbray Park at East Brisbane. Brisbane is one of Australia's most fastest growing capital cities, and the project will add a critical missing link between the eastern suburbs and the CBD. Building on our historic investment in active transport, the CityLink cycleway will eventually span more than 4.5 kilometres, connect 5 suburbs and include 2 river crossings. The Shafteston Avenue bikeway will connect to the CityLink cycleway on Alice Street via the 460-metre Kangaroo Point Bridge and the Main and Deakin Street underpass beneath the Story Bridge. Madam Chair, together these connections will create safer and a more direct route between the inner city and our eastern suburbs of Brisbane. Tens of thousands of people travel along Shafteston Avenue every year, and yet there is currently no dedicated space for bikes or scooters. As Councillor Murphy and I were reminded of this recently when we went for a ride along the alignment a few weeks ago. We were forced to, at one point, share a narrow path with many obstacles blocking the way. By providing a dedicated and separate space for pedestrians and riders, the upgrade improves safety for all road users. The project is guided by 3 clear objectives: safety, connectivity and accessibility. On safety, the design delivers a low traffic stress environment suitable for cyclists and scooter riders of all abilities. On connectivity, it integrates with the Kangaroo Point Bridge to the north and the Wynnum Road shared path to the south, completing a genuine missing link in our network. On accessibility, it will reduce travel times for cyclists and pedestrians alike. The design includes dedicated crossing facilities at Cairns Street, O'Connell Street, Castlebar Street, Thorn Street, Wellington Road and at Park Avenue. I'm looking forward to taking my kids on them. Madam Chair, it features reprioritised intersections, new left turn arrangements and raised priority crossings that will protect the vulnerable users like those who may be disabled or small children riding their bikes, but also while keeping traffic moving. The preliminary design is nearing completion with lighting design, service relocation investigations and delivery now all in progress. The project has strong support from the broader cycling community. Brisbane, but don't take it from me, Madam Chair, Brisbane has some excellent cycling infrastructure and the bones of a great network. Projects like this is what's required to connect existing bikeways to deliver safe, connected routes. And that is directly from BQ's Director of Advocacy, Andrew Demack. He goes on further to say it extends the safe bikeways of Elizabeth and Edward Streets in the centre of Brisbane out to the eastern suburbs for the first time. Dr Burke also said that Council is now fixing two of the most important missing links in the bikeway network here at Kangaroo Point and also at Sylvan Road in the west. With these two projects done, you'll be able to ride safely all the way from Sumner and Jindalee through to Norman Park, he said. So, Madam Chair, thank you to Minister Mickelberg and the Crisafulli Government. This project is jointly funded by Brisbane City Council and the Queensland Government through the Cycle Network Local Government Grant Program. The timeline is clear. Detailed design late this year and construction commencing next year in 2027. It is a practical, deliverable project that demonstrates our commitment to keep Brisbane moving, and I commend it to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak on the infrastructure report and in particular item D. However, I just will note on the Shaftesbury Avenue bikeway link that it was interesting to hear the Deputy Mayor speak about how great it was. It's taken them 23 years to do that. So it's been a long wait, Deputy Mayor, to get that piece of infrastructure in, and I know the further out you go into the suburbs, the less and less infrastructure we are seeing delivered by this LNP Council. Oh, and the more rates you pay, it actually goes up. It's a smoke and mirrors sort of campaign by the Lord Mayor. Anyway, the issue with item D, requesting Council conduct a second parking usage assessment between Middle Street and Musgrave Road at Coopers Plains, is something that I supported along with residents. We have seen a massive expansion under the previous Labor government for QE2 Hospital, and part of that massive expansion is an expansion of car parking demand in the area. The car park, a multi-storey car park, is currently being built, so I believe it's about 8 stories high, that will meet the new hospital's needs. The difficulty with this is that we are still going to see people parking on and around the streets of the hospital as well as use this car park. What residents are asking for, I think, is very reasonable, is work with our traffic and transport team to review the parking usages around the hospital and actually get some consistent planned approach rather than ad hoc approach that we do little bit by little bit. When I look at Greenslopes Hospital, which is the hospital I use, it's done little bit by little bit. And I just think as a government, we should say, well, around our major hospitals, we actually need to look at what we're doing with parking and do it properly in the first place. So I think this is a really lazy response by a lazy administration that don't really want to do anything. And I think we should be aiming to provide better for the people of Brisbane rather than go, that's enough, done, problem solved, when it isn't. And I'm the one who goes and fronts those meetings, speaks to those residents, and then has to come here into the chamber. And I think the response here, once again, is pretty poor form from our officers and pretty poor form from the administration. I think we had the opportunity of getting a good outcome here. a sensible outcome, and unfortunately, Councillor Murphy, that's not what is delivered. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak briefly about item C, requesting Council trim vegetation on the verge and construct a footpath along Rafting Ground Road at Brookfield. Chair, the delivery of footpaths along Rafting Ground Road and Brookfield Road over the past few years to help make it safer for children attending the Brookfield State School is something of which I'm very proud. Through my Suburban Enhancement Fund in 2023, we delivered a 600-metre footpath on Rafting Ground Road from Boscombe Road past Brookie Traders to the Brookfield Road intersection. Not only does it make it easier for children to either walk or cycle to school at Boscombe Road, this path has been popular with joggers, walkers and young mums with prams. Another path delivered on Brookfield Road covering the length of the Horse and Pony Club paddock to complement the school zone opposite the paddock entry gate has also made it easier for children being dropped off and collected after school each day. Chair, I have assessed the viability of the path requested in this petition south along Rafting Ground Road, and it is cost prohibitive. To build it would cost about $700,000. And Chair, I'm not convinced that this is the most pressing matter for residents in this part of Brookfield. I note that of the 22 signatories to this petition, about 60% of them don't live in the Pullenvale ward, and only 3 of them, all members of the proposer's family, actually live at Brookfield. Chair, in terms of trimming verge vegetation, this petition was the first I've heard that overhanging vegetation on Rafting Ground Road was forcing residents to have to walk onto the road to avoid it. But now that it's been brought to my attention, I've asked my outcome manager to inspect and arrange for council officers to undertake the necessary trimming to address this situation. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Chongwa.
Point of order. Yeah. Could I please take items C, D, E, F separately for voting purposes, please?
Do you want C, D, E and F together separately from A, B and G, or all of C, D, E and F separate?
Yeah, C, D, E, F separately for voting purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, as you can tell from just Councillor Aderman's contribution alone, this was not the case that we said no to every one of these petitioners. In fact, if you read the recommendation on Councillor Aderman's petition, in fact, we undertook several actions unrelated to the main requests that were secondary. And I think for most petition responses, councillors are used to petition responses coming in where we will undertake a number of, say, city standards, style jobs, tree trimming, line marking, maintenance activities to assist with the issue that is being raised by the petitioners, because sometimes petitioners will raise an issue where we can't actually do the thing that they want, but the problem that they're seeking to solve, we can solve through other means. And so it was with, Councillor Aderman's petition that dealing with some of those tree trimming and maintenance issues was part of the solution there. So it certainly isn't the case that we say no to all petitions. It is also not the case with the petitions that we have coming next week. It almost never is the case where we are just saying no to all of them. It is far more nuanced than that. And it's important that we do trust the officer's recommendations, but always verify it. And we do that through the petitions process, through the democratic process as it comes through. And this week was a good example of where additional data was requested from the committee to the officers. That data was able to be provided to us so that we could make a more fulsome and informed decision. So I think this is a good process. And I would also just make note that sometimes our officers are spending a lot of time responding to petitions that have several hundred signatures and obviously quite important, big, meaty issues for the city, but then also responding to petitions. We had one today that was signed by one resident of the City of Brisbane, and I think 5 residents that were outside of Brisbane. So, it's important that we get the balance right when it comes to, how much time our officers actually spend, getting through these petitions that are, very low volume requests. So I just made that point. But thanks to all councillors for their contributions on this item.
We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Division called by by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the vote being 21 in favour.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. And councillors, under the provisions of section 35(13) of the meeting's local law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. Councillors will now put item B and G to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 5 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 6 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 5 against and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 6 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item F to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 4 against and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Adamant. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, resume your seats. We'll now put...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Can I ask that item C be taken seriatim for voting?
We'll now put item A and B to the vote. All for Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report A and B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. And we'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 4 against.
That is carried. Councillors, resume your seats. We'll now put Customer Services Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. We'll now put Community and the Arts Committee to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. And we'll now put Finance and City Governance Committee to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against, no. That is carried. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a petition to upgrade the off-leash dog area at Akuna Park, Kenmore.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I have a petition from hundreds of Sherwood residents asking for the intersection at Oxley Road and Sherwood Road, Sherwood, again, to be upgraded with a scatter crossing.
Any further petitions?
Not me this time. It's been... No,
Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion for the receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business. Are there any items of general business? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the Local Government Association policy executive trip to North Queensland last week. Madam Chair, as the representative on Local Government Association policy executive, I joined the fellow other policy executives to visit the North Queensland in the area of Cape York, which is somewhere I never expected to go, probably in my lifetime. But last week, I had the opportunity to visit 3 areas, Waipa, Napron, and also Mapoon. And can I say it was an eye-opening experience, because after the trip, well, as soon as I arrived at the area, the only thing I thought was, thank God we are in Brisbane. We arrived at Waipa as the first stop. And can I say all these 3 areas are under mining lease. So there's a history from former Comalco and then now to Rio Tinto. And lots of infrastructure were provided by Rio Tinto. So the local authorities in there do not play a significant role like we do in Brisbane. So when I arrived in Weipa, we've been invited to join, to meet with the mayor of Weipa and also visit their city hall. And their city hall, well, they don't have a formal city hall. They don't even have a council building. They hold their meetings in like a school, what do you call, school hall area. So just few tables and a flag of their city. And they are not a city council. They actually call town authority because the size and the ability of their local government do not warrant to be a local council. So they are called Weipa Town Authority. And they don't have a mayor. The head of the authority is called chair of the authority. So although they have 4,000 population, but most of them are working for the Rio Tinto. So they were telling us that they've got one of the youngest population in there because they've got 1,500 kids studying their primary school and high school. Because I suppose they are all the kids of the Rio Tinto employees there. And then we also visited Nepran, which is Aboriginal Shire Council. And it is quite hard to understand how they elect their mayor. It's a very family structured council. So you get tap on the shoulder and say, look, Mike, you run for mayor this time. And then, and then they ran and became the mayor. So they have councillors elected, but also they have councillors, I think, appointed by the mining companies there. So it's quite a different structure to us. And then also we went to Mapoon Aboriginal Shire Council. Can I give a tribute to the mayor, Ronaldo Gueva? Sorry, I struggle to pronounce the name. But can I say he's the best PR person for the council? He understands the local area, he knows the history, and he shares the value of their culture, and he does market their council very well. And I have extended his invitation to him to visit, when he visits Brisbane next time. I'll show him our council. When I extend the invitation to him, he said, "Oh yeah, that huge monster." He was referring to the city hall. But Mapoon was the only council with a council building. It was very much like a primary school administrative building. But they do some great things in there because they do have rangers who pick up waste from our ocean. So they were telling us they literally pick up tens of thousands of tons of waste, the plastics, the nets, and all the things. And they even show us what they pick up from the ocean. So although the councils are small, but they are pretty effective in some way. And can I say, it is the purpose of these trips was to open our eyes because, we live in Brisbane, we expect council to operate like us with good rate base and, do all the infrastructure. Whereas in those remote councils, they are probably rely much more on state budget, and also, probably that's the last thing as you mentioned. The first thing when we arrived, we got a warning about not to touch any water. Don't go to the creeks and the river, and not even on the beach, because you may bite by the crocodile. So, yes. So also it's 5 minutes. I'll probably continue next week. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak about 3 issues. They're all related to delivery by Brisbane City Council. I just want to start by saying there are many good staff, the ones who are left, and there are many dedicated staff. And over my 23 years in council, I've seen many staff committed to good customer service. But at the moment, we aren't delivering good customer service. And my experience is delivery in this council by city standards or by field services or whatever name they're under is really poor. And I have to say that a big part of that is we don't seem to have anyone or any desire to actually log jobs. And so I drive around my electorate and I'm told, Councillor, that's for you to log. That's for you to report. And I keep hearing this over and over again. So today, and I'm going to table a copy of these jobs, and I'm going to have I have a copy here for you, Councillor Murphy. I'll talk through the jobs that aren't being done in my ward. You can watch along, Councillor Murphy, as well if you want, and see what isn't being delivered. Over here on Leroy Road at Willawong, this has been down for ages, as well as the massive potholes. We just have the guardrails just neglected for years. Here we have weed species growing out of control. State weed species we're responsible for managing along Leroy Road. Nothing's happening. Stable Swamp Creek near Norby Street. More state weed species have requested they get removed, but nothing's happened. And there's illegal dumping there too. This is the problem when you don't have council officers on the ground doing work in little trucks, driving around, finding jobs, that you miss stuff. Councillor Murphy, another semi-trailer just ditched by the side of the road. That's on Paradise Road. Another area that was requested to have maintenance done on Paradise Road and Leroy Road, not done. More illegal dumping at 235 Leroy Road. Once again, we are not doing our job in the suburbs. Here we have more species, weed species on council land that isn't managed. This one is near your ward. Damaged sign that's been knocked and not fixed. Here we have a giant sludge pit on the footpath that has been there for months, opposite the South Regional Office, where we have 200 staff, but no one can report it. Similarly, near South Regional Office, not done. And this is another little weed forest in Moolabin Creek, not done as well. There is so much work here not done that it's really sad.
We're paying more and getting less.
We're paying more and getting less under this Lord Mayor. 25%. One of the things I hadn't realised was, and I went to return some of our orange cones because they're left everywhere. They're left all over the city by our staff. Never collected, so you've got to ring them up to get them collected again. I went to take them to Willawong yesterday, and they said, no, council won't accept its own equipment back. There you go. Yesterday at Willawong, council wouldn't accept its own equipment back.
So where did you take them?
I've still got them in the car. Still got them in the car. So maybe we'll get a council officer out to pick them up from my ward office. All I'm saying is, a lot is not happening. I'm trying to get it to happen. I don't know how you get things to work in this dismal organisation when there is no leadership from the LNP. No leadership from the LNP. These were all jobs from yesterday, and this is only a sample. I'm happy to bring these jobs in weekly or whenever we can. So that Councillor Murphy...
Sorry, Councillor Griffiths. Is that point of order?
Point of order. Will Councillor Griffiths take a question?
No questions. You can talk later or talk to me outside the chamber. This is what we're delivering out in the suburbs. It is shocking. It is pathetic. And if you think you're doing a great job, you're kidding yourselves. This is actually what's happening out there.
Further general business? Councillor Johnston?
Yes, I just rise to speak on some maintenance issues out in my ward as well, because there's clearly a significant problem with what's going on. And I've raised these issues both by logging them, and I've also raised them with the divisional manager. And I want to start with the potholes in the pool car park at Yeronga Memorial Park. Now, at the same time the Lord Mayor was out promising to fill potholes within 24 hours, we have gigantic, the big fail, we have gigantic potholes in the car park of the fourth busiest pool in Brisbane. And I went back and checked on them the other day, and they are still in pretty terrible shape, and they've actually got worse, not better. And it's really not good enough. Apparently these things get fixed, but they don't seem to out in my area. We have a collapsing retaining wall on the corner of Yeronga Memorial Park and School Road, which council denied when we raised it sort of 3 years ago that it was even their responsibility, but it is. And the school's fence, which is on top of the retaining wall, is definitely being impacted. But council has no plans to fix this retaining wall. I do note, though, that it is continuing to collapse and is now leaning well out into the pedestrian footpath space. And I presume it's council, but someone's going to put some orange hazard tape up, which is also falling down. It's sagging like the retaining wall. And there's no plan to fix this. We've got a problem with the footpath over at the corner of Sherwood Road and Oxley Road, where for 15 months council have been unable to fix a very old-fashioned design to the footpath on the corner. It's been 15 months. So when a person in a wheelchair has an accident, because it is dangerous and uneven, it is incumbent upon council to do something. But all we get is a litany of excuses and dissembling and delays, timeframes not met week after week. Now that's pretty standard when it comes to how council responds to maintenance issues in my area. I was out walking on Mildmay Street at Fairfield near Victoria Street the other day, and I came across very, very old asphalt, which is in between all the lips of the footpath, tiles that have lifted, and a whole block had that, and it also had grinding, so it's had multiple repairs. And I reckon, I haven't got the advice back yet, but I reckon that'll have been years like that. Without the footpath being properly fixed and replaced. So this is what council's response is in the suburbs. Now I know there was an article in the Brisbane Times the other day from Councillor Murphy. Nice little puff, a comedy piece. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. It was a comedy piece because Councillor Murphy was in there saying that he's going at the speed of light, and councillor getting things done so quickly. Rapid man, that's a good one, isn't it? He was getting things done so quickly. But that's certainly not my experience. His own department or own division isn't getting these things done. They are all within his responsibility as the infrastructure chairperson. We know that 35% of all the projects in my ward got rolled over from last year. They weren't done. Some of those were rolled over from the year before. And to be fair to Councillor Murphy, some of those were Councillor Davis's project in News, the other massively underperforming part of Brisbane, in my view. But we know that Councillor Murphy's been unable to resurface the roads he's promised to do. We know that there are huge infrastructure deficits in my area, and we know that maintenance isn't happening. So I just, it is very entertaining. It is a comedy festival, I think, from Councillor Murphy, when he stands up and says how quickly things are being done, when you can simply ask any councillor here and they will tell you it's years to get basic maintenance. It is not good enough, and it's really letting the people of Brisbane down. And I just want to note that the Lord Mayor was in the meeting today for about an hour. Yes. He did question time, and he's been gone the whole time. Yep. I mean, there's not a lot we have to do as councillors. Technically speaking, does he want a pay rise? Probably. All you have to do. Yeah, I can hear Councillor Cunningham interjecting there, but of course that's the acoustics. It couldn't possibly actually be Councillor Cunningham. But the Lord Mayor's not interested in this council. No. The regime thinks that it runs things, but this council...
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further general business, Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on a couple of events that happened over the weekend, and maybe, if I get time, an infrastructure issue. The Vietnamese seniors held their August birthday event, and they really went all out on Saturday at the Old Enola Hall, which they have occupied now for a number of years, for 1 day a week for a number of years. Anyways, we had the Lord Mayor then, we had the Speaker of the House there, we had Senator Scarf there, and Just Pugh and myself, and then Councillor Hutton was there as well. So there was all three levels of government, and we all had to sing for our supper or play an instrument, which was quite interesting. Some were better than others. But anyways, and we all had to give a little bit of a speech as well, which was supposed to be short, but some people can't do short speeches. Anyways, the really nice thing was that they gave us an interpreter who was able to interpret what we said to the Vietnamese seniors whose first language is not English. So they were able to understand what we were saying being translated, which was really nice for that to happen. It doesn't happen in some other cultural events, but it does pretty much always happen with a Vietnamese event, which is really nice. The second event that happened was our Forest Lake Leos and our Forest Lake Lions Club were out doing litter cleanup along Forest Lake Boulevard down College Avenue, which is where the Forest Lake Leos, the high school is. It's St. John's Leos, basically, which is the junior Lions, so to speak. But they've been undertaking this Adopt a Road Now program for probably well over 10 years, probably 3 or 4 times a year. Sadly, the bus interchange at Forest Lake is the one that usually fills up half of the bags, and it's a continuing issue with trying to keep it up to a reasonable, clean way. So I just want to thank the Leos for their total commitment over many, many years. It's really good to see that the high school kids, the secondary school kids, really take their community with a bit of pride and want to make sure that they keep the area in and around their school, out on the roads, and across over to the shopping centre, which is a very popular place for both high schools, which are right next door to one another. And lastly, a bit of infrastructure that has been an ongoing problem along Joseph Banks. And we've had a refuge that was constructed about 4 or 5 years ago, which clearly was built without allowing enough road. It's a roundabout, and there's a refuge just off the roundabout where the shops are. I thought the issue was that the refuge was built too close to the roundabout, but really it's the road width that is the problem. And probably a half a dozen times now, we think it's trucks, but it can be a bus, that have taken out the refuge fencing, virtually all of it in some cases sometimes, which has now cost this council tens of thousands of dollars to repair over the last 4 or 5 years, and will continue. I've asked the new outcomes manager to have a look, but it's going to cost money to widen that particular part of the road. There is space, but I think that's the only thing that's going to fix it. And I just ask the chair maybe to follow that up, because probably at least a third of the year there is no refuge fencing around this refuge, and which is really sad. We had another problem just across from one of our schools, but that was a one-off. But this one continually gets hit, and I just think I'm pretty sure it's the actual width of the road coming around the roundabout that just doesn't allow enough space. And the truck, I don't know, we haven't got a picture of it, but I'm pretty sure it's a truck, because cars don't seem to have a problem, but it's trucks and buses and things like that. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Further general business?
Excuse me, just point of order. I just had to table some photos for the speech I just gave. The photos I gave to Councillor Murphy as well, so they're on the public record. Thank you.
Further general business? Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on the letter sent by Commissioners of the Australian Human Rights Commission to the International Olympics Committee and about Brisbane Victoria Park and the Brisbane 2032 Olympics. This letter from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island Commissioner and the Race Discrimination Commissioner has raised alarm at how this LNP Council and state government have been treating Aboriginal people in Brisbane Victoria Park. The Commissioners wrote about how sacred Brisbane Victoria Park is to the Aboriginal people. The letter quoted Gudger Kerry Charlton when she spoke on behalf of the Yuggera Mugginjan Aboriginal Corporation, YMAC. The quote is, pre-colonial Victoria Park housed vibrant communities who hosted large gatherings like auras, ceremonies, seasonal festivals, celebrations, funerals, sporting tournaments and intertribal diplomatic procedures and law, LORE, LAW. This site holds significant cultural heritage for us from then to now and for millennia. They wrote about the multiple legal appeals against a stadium in this place, in particular the WIMAC legal case that is supported by Save Victoria Park Group. Derek Oram Sandy, who represents Yongpan Aboriginal Corporation, has submitted a Section 10 application. Multiple ongoing legal appeals that are being ignored while the LNP state government is tearing down cultural sacred trees. Truly heartbreaking for our community. The letter also refers to the tent embassy that was established on the 5th of April 2026. I want to acknowledge the commissioners are referring to the Guri Camp Embassy, Derek Oram Sandy, or DJ, and his father, Uncle Derek, established in Brisbane, Victoria Park. A few weeks later, the WIMAC elders established Brisbane. These homelands were Aboriginal people practising their LORE in ceremony, law in ceremony. And they wrote about the large protest against the stadium and subsequent disgusting racist arrests and removal of Guru Camp Embassy members. I also want to put on record again that the Aboriginal people arrested were not protesting. They were practising their law in cultural ceremony, and I mean law as in LORE. The Commissioners expressed concern that the actions of the Queensland Government may infringe upon international human rights to peaceful assembly and of Indigenous peoples to country, self-determination, free, prior and informed consent, cultural protection and participation in decision-making. Because of these actions of the police and state government, the Commissioners expressed their concern that Brisbane's host commitments regarding First People might just be tokenistic, commitments that this council has signed on to. The Commissioners worry that this is, quote, part of a broader pattern of mistreatment of First Peoples by the Queensland Government. Quote, this includes the criminalisation of First Nations youth in the criminal justice system and rolling back of truth-telling and treaty processes. The Commissioner forgot to mention Project Invisibility, where the LNP state government is systematically eliminating and reducing roles of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and organisations in the government. This is utterly damning. These colonial LNP council and state governments are continuing to dispossess and criminalise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people just for practising their own culture on the land that was stolen from them. I want to acknowledge the elders and Aboriginal people that have been fighting for land rights since colonisation. The violence, dispossession and trauma that it's been inflicted on Aboriginal people time and time again is an absolute disgrace. We must protect Brisbane, Victoria Park and the Aboriginal Springs, a rare natural freshwater spring system and aquifer complex that spans both Hurston and Spring Hill sides of the park. Thank you to Australian Human Rights Commission for writing this letter to the IOC. Thank you, Chair.
Further general business, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on the Lord Mayor's advocacy to the state government, or lack thereof, I should say. And I tried to raise this earlier in the meeting today, and I would have thought it'd be something the Lord Mayor would be proud to debate, given how threadbare his agenda was and has been for the last couple of weeks. So we have seen the Lord Mayor's letter to the Federal Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, that he sent just before the federal budget was released. And in that correspondence, the Lord Mayor makes very clear his view that the federal government is not providing enough support for Brisbane. Fair enough. And it's clear that the Lord Mayor needs all the support he can get, of course, after 2 decades of cuts, less maintenance on key assets across the city, like the Story Bridge, and his lack of transport to black spots causing crippling congestion in suburban Brisbane, of course. And it's clear that the Lord Mayor needs support not just from the federal government, but also the state government, because they're an important player here in Brisbane and in Queensland, you would think. So after 2 decades of decline under the LNP, is council really just going to roll over to the state government? Is that all we can expect from this LNP council? So the Lord Mayor cried poor to the federal government, but there is a glaring question. What did he put in his letter to David Janetsky? Or to Jared Blay, or to the Transport Minister or to the Premier, David Crisafulli. Now, the Premier recently told the media, as his quote, he said, he is not the Premier of Brisbane. He got up there and declared that he is not the Premier for Brisbane. Now, that was when he was boasting of billions of dollars for transport infrastructure for the Sunshine Coast and the Gold Coast, of course. And what did the Lord Mayor say at the time when he heard the Premier say this? Nothing. He just sat quietly and let that happen. This council cannot complain that Brisbane is being overlooked if Adrian Schrinner is not making a strong, coordinated public case to the state government. Yep. Now, where is the request for serious state government contribution to restore the Story Bridge, a piece of infrastructure of statewide significance? We know the state government will have to submit the Story Bridge business case to Infrastructure Australia with a funding commitment that far exceeds the 10% that the Lord Mayor has suggested. And he is, as we know, has already threatened to put a toll on the Story Bridge if he can't get the funding he needs. Where is the ask for more Northside bus services or the expansion of the metro, like he asked the federal government for operational expenses of an expanded metro? The Lord Mayor wrote to the Federal Treasurer and asked if he could get some cash to extend the metro to Springwood and to Lutwyche. Extra stations on the busway. Did he ask the state government for that same commitment? We're not talking about the full expansion. We're just talking about extending it a few stops. We assume he asked. What we'd like to know is what their answer was. We've been pretty shocked at the Lord Mayor's lack of advocacy to the state government on really important projects, and particularly in the lead up to the 2032 Games. He has also accepted now that the Gympie Road Bypass Tunnel is a post-Olympic project, if at all, despite the clear congestion challenges confronting the northern suburbs today. And let's not forget, the Lord Mayor said the only way that he could see the Brisbane Metro bus project being extended all the way to Castledine was if it was done in conjunction with the Gympie Road Bypass Tunnel. That's right. That's what the Lord Mayor said. That's not my view of things, that's the Lord Mayor's view of things.
How's that working out?
So it's pretty puzzling, given these decisions that the state LNP government, aided and abetted by this LNP Lord Mayor, that they would sensationally drop the Gympie Road Bypass Tunnel altogether. Now, supporting Brisbane is not a choice between Brisbane and the regions. It's about ensuring that Queensland is ready to host the world, ensuring that the infrastructure that needs to be built, restored and expanded for 2032 and beyond leaves us a lasting legacy here in Brisbane and around our state. So why won't the Lord Mayor release that letter? Why won't the Lord Mayor release the letter he sent to the State Premier or the State Treasurer or the Deputy Premier or the Transport Minister, whoever he sent it to ahead of the state budget in his advocacy for Brisbane? Let's see what the Lord Mayor actually asked for. Let's see whether the Story Bridge was properly advocated for. Let's see whether that Northside bus review and the new metro depot on the north side, the Gympie Road Bypass Tunnel and other essential projects were put forward with the urgency that they deserve. And if no letter was sent at all, or if these projects were not properly advocated for, then the Lord Mayor needs to explain why. Now, when he doesn't turn up for work, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to get an answer out of him, but the answers we still need.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Further general business, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just wanted to speak about one thing tonight, which is the Lord Mayor and the LNP's remarks often saying that we're too political or politicising things. And so I can say on this side of the chamber, maybe I am too political. But when you are a councillor and a working mum and someone who spends every single day talking to people about what is happening in their lives, it is pretty hard in this day and age to not be political. To not be political, because politics isn't just what happens in an election campaign or what happens in the halls of Parliament. It's about whether a footpath is safe enough for a child to ride their bike on. It's whether a playground has shade or fencing to keep it safe or equipment that every family can enjoy. It's whether your bus actually turns up, whether the street you walk down at night is properly lit. Politics is whether someone sleeping rough is treated like a human being or instead treated like a problem to be moved along. It is whether your council spends rates fixing the things that matter in your neighbourhood or on things that don't matter. And it's also whether a new mum and a new family who's exhausted and overwhelmed and struggling with their mental health knows where to go for help, because maternal mental health is political too, and this country is in a crisis. Whether we properly fund those health services, whether we can access affordable childcare, whether workplaces actually support working mums, where women who are somehow expected to do it all, while raising a family, working, carrying that mental load, trying to look after themselves, somewhere in between all of that. But those aren't personal problems for individual women to solve. They're solved by systems that we create and the choices that all levels of government make. Not just federal, not just state, council too. So when the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor say in this place time and time again, you're trying to politicise things, you're too political. Why does everything have to be political? Because for me, politics is fundamentally and ultimately about people. It's about the kind of community that our kids are going to grow up in. It's about whether we look after people when they're struggling the most, where we spend public money on the things that communities actually need, and most importantly, speaking up when something isn't fair, something isn't working, or it simply isn't good enough. So yes, hand on heart, I am political because I care deeply about this community. I care deeply about Brisbane, and I will never apologise, and Brisbane Labor councillors will never apologise for caring enough to actually stand up and fight about it.
Further general business? I says no further general business. I declare the meeting closed. And please don't forget it's census night.